sad note, our colleague Honorable Jega has announced the demise of his uncle, who passed away last night. The funeral ceremony is taking place this morning. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Those who want to pay condolences to Honorable Jega, and please go ahead to do that. Respected colleagues, notification of vacancy in the seat of Magama Rijau Federal Constituency held by Honorable Ja'afar Liasu. I write to notify honorable members of the House of Representatives pursuant to section 68(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, that the seat of Magama Rijau Federal Constituency of Niger State has become vacant. This vacancy is a result of the death of Honorable Ja'afar Liasu on 2nd December 2019, which was announced in the House Plenary on the 3rd of December 2019. He was a member of All Progressive Congress. This notification is fulfillment of section 68(2) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, and for the records. Signed, Honorable Femi Baja, Speaker, House of Representatives, 10 December 2019. Respected colleagues, any member who has a petition to present to the House may please rise to do so. Further colleagues, any member who has a matter of urgent public importance to present to the House may please. Honorable Lekki, but they are not on your seat.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to harmonize the motion. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name's Honorable Lekki Abijide, member representing the good people of the Abafara constituency and from Kogi State. I rise to put a motion of urgent public importance.
What is the point of reference? I believe they are coming under point of order. Speak to your mic.
I rise under Order 804, and I want to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, to also ask the second leg, which is Rule Order 827, to enable me move a motion of urgent public importance on the need to urgently address the non-stop daily kidnappings, killings, and armed robberies along Abuja-Lokoja Kaba Federal Road. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Under Honorable Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Toby Okechukwu. I represent an area of Wodi River Federal Constituency from Enugu State. I stand to second the motion, ably moved by Honorable Lekki. I so second.
In favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. Let's have it. Second leg. Honorable. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished honorable colleagues, I remain Honorable Osai Nicholas Osai. I represent Doko Okwani Federal Constituency of Delta State. I rise to second the second leg of the motion as moved. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. Let's have it. Yes, Honorable Lekki, you may go ahead to present your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues, for this opportunity. I arise to move the need to urgently address non-stop daily kidnappings, killings, and armed robberies along Lokoja, Abuja, Kaba Federal Road. The House notes with serious concern the incessant and solution-defined kidnaps, killings, and armed robberies along the Abuja-Lokoja Kaba Federal Road, which as of late appears to defy all security interventions. Also note that 7 persons were again kidnapped on Sunday, the 13th of December 2019, along Lokoja Abuja Road. The first of which took place at about 6:00 a.m. when 3 passengers traveling along the road were kidnapped. The second, which came in the afternoon of the same day, when another 4 passengers were kidnapped on the same road. Concerned that on the 8th of December 2019, on the same road, suspected armed robbers numbering about 10 attacked and fired shots at some passengers traveling along the same Lokoja Abuja Federal Highway, killing 4 persons. Following day, the 9th of December, 10 persons were kidnapped while lives were lost. So, same incidents continued on the 10th and on the 11th of December on this road. Aware that notorious highway flashpoints are along Kwali to Lokoja Federal Highway, from Lokoja to Kaba, along Ife, Egbeda Ekeniade, up to Yamoye. These are so dangerous for us to travel during this festive period. Worried that high volume of vehicular movement is expected at this festive period, and road users are run the risk of facing bullets or falling prey of kidnappers on this road. Further worried that the daily chilling account of road users who fall victim of kidnappers and armed robbers on this road calls to question the readiness of the security apparatus of this country to withstand the menace of insecurity on our roads. The House resolved to urge the federal government, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps to jointly and urgently address this state of killings and armed robbery on the Abuja-Kogi Federal Highway and give a lasting and decisive solution to this menace. 2, mandate the House Committee on Defense, Police Affairs, and Interior to monitor the situation and ensure compliance. And finally, sir, urge the federal government to direct FEMA to commence the immediate repairs of all federal roads from Lokoja down to Enugu. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, our Red Cap Chief.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Chukwuma Umoji, representing the good people of Agwata Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my honorable colleagues. I do second, Mr. Speaker.
Please give us a synopsis of your or lead the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, thank you for your time, for listening. It's no longer a news to hear the issue of insecurity along this road, especially from Kwali down to Lokoja. And most of us that are from this axis will be traveling by road to Lokoja. We don't have airports. We have to follow the roads. And there's no any other option. We cannot go and follow Lagos. Coming down to Lokoja is a very long distance. And look at how close Lokoja is to the federal capital city. It's not a good thing for insecurity to be around this area. It's not anywhere in Nigeria. Insecurity should be fought with all sense of seriousness. And this is why, if you see, there was a picture that is going on now on social media where you see a man's car was ripped off by bullets just last week along this road. There are two people traveling. They were coming from Lokoja to Abuja. They are two boys of the same parents. The two of them were shot dead at Kwali, very close to Abuja here. This is what made me to come on. And my people at home have been so concerned that what are we doing? That we are not talking about this. I try to explain to them that the house is not sleeping. And this is what made me to come out and then beg my honorable colleague, Mr. Speaker, to help me support this motion so that this period and beyond, our road shall be safe. We can travel at any time, both during the day and at night. I don't want to take your time because I know we have so many to do today, being the first day of our legislative day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, my honorable colleague, for your support. God bless you.
Honorable Khadija.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Khadija Waziri Bukar Abba Ibrahim, representing Damaturu, Tarmua, Gujiba Gulani Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Yobe State. Now, the issue of the insecurity on our federal roads is a very important issue. I congratulate the mover of this motion in that all the roads that we ply in this country are saturated by kidnappers and also by armed robbers and all the ills of society that you can ever dream of. For instance, if you are to ply Damaturu, Maiduguri, Borno, from Borno State, you want to go to Yobe State, from Maiduguri to Damaturu on a 1.5-hour journey, it's a huge risk because the kidnappers and also the robbers are plying those roads, and these are their territories. The insecurity there is really worrisome. Also, is the case of the Abuja-Kaduna Road highway, which has been going on for a very long time, and up to now people are very scared to follow that road because it's saturated by the armed robbers and the kidnappers. So in that, the security are doing all they can, and they're making conceited efforts to ensure and secure our federal roads and state roads. I think that this issue should be taken, there should be more effort put into securing these roads because it has become deadly. And as Christmas approaches and people will be traveling to their villages and towns, I think that government should look into increasing security in the roads that we ply. So I'm appealing to the federal government, I'm appealing to the defense, I'm appealing to the national security agencies, and as an addendum to what the mover of this motion has said, I think the Committee of National Security should also be involved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes, brother from Akwa Ibom.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun Orowonam in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, mine is slightly an amendment to that prayers. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that this motion, is timely. It has come few days before the festive period. And I would like to say that we should urge those security chiefs to beam their searchlights on other federal roads, not just the Abuja-Kogi roads. Because this festive period, everybody needs security in all parts of the country. That we should ask the security chiefs to look at other federal roads across the entire country so that we have a very smooth Christmas celebration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name remains Abdulganiu Sagaku Olododo, representing people of Ilorin East, Ilorin South Federal Constituency, and from Kwara State. State of harmony. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this motion is very, very important to every one of us, most especially for we people of Kwara State and even our people go to the east. As I said by one of my colleagues, that there should be an amendment to the motion, that this motion is not only applied to Lokoja, Abuja, it goes everywhere. Like Kwara, if you are going to Kwara now, it's not safe, Mr. Speaker. It's not safe for our people. If you are going to the east, it's not safe. So it's beyond only Kogi. It has to be all the road that is federal government road. They need to provide enough security, not only for this Christmas period, every time. So for example, Kogi didn't want to go. They were giving some little amount of money, I think about 10 million. They're supposed to create security within the axis of Kogi. So, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and that's one reason why, about 3 weeks ago, we raised an issue about firemen, that they need to repair some roads before this period. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want you to please support this motion raised by Honorable Leke. It's beyond Kogi Egbe Road. It goes everywhere in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity.
Yes, Diaspora.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Victor Mela Danzaria. I represent the people of Balanga Plenary Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Gombe State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this important motion with few words. It's not a news that we're talking about kidnapping, robbery, and so many activities that is happening on Nigerian roads. This is so important that everybody in this country is scared of traveling. The rich travel by air, and others, they devise their means. For Nigerians and for us, honorable colleagues, we need to do something serious, something exceptional, which we have not seen it done by our armed forces. Number one, Mr. Speaker, the country needs more policing, more of armed forces. The recent recruitment done by the police, Mr. Speaker, I think it should be increased, the number of policemen in this country. Another area that needs encouragement that we've not seen so far is the area of community policing. Most of these activities of these bandits or armed robbers or kidnappers, they are close to communities. We've not seen good communication, intelligent communication between communities and the police and other armed forces. If we encourage that, every time we see different people in our communities, for instance, we report it secretly. I'm sure some effort, proactive effort, will be taken. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, this is a serious issue. Like Honorable Member said in Kwara, this affects all Nigerian roads. It's not just Kogi. I'm adding to that. Another area that I think our armed forces, we've not seen them look into is area of aerial surveillance. Mr. Speaker, it is important for the armed forces of this nation to imbibe in aerial surveillance, whether at night or noon or day. It's important because whenever this aerial surveillance is being taken place, I am very sure that these bad people, these kidnappers, will be caught red-handed and will be killed, and most of this will be mitigated. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the area of intelligence, it's important to encourage our communities, to protect our communities, to communicate to the armed forces, to communicate to the police whenever they see some of these new people in their society or in their area, so that much of these activities will be mitigated and Nigerians will travel by road freely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues.
Honorable Luke.
Mr. Speaker, Onofiog Luke, Etinan, Nsurubium Federal Constituency. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my voice in support of the submissions of Honorable Leke Agbejide on the need for enforced security on not only the Abuja-Lokoja road, but the entirety of the road network, the federal road network that straddle the length and breadth of this country, especially in this festive season, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the challenges of insecurity that we are faced with. And my own first position in supporting that motion is to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we have an exchange of intelligence and the working collaboration and the working together of the security agencies of this country. Mr. Speaker, the other point is that though we are not giving this as an excuse for criminality, Mr. Speaker, life is hard in this country. So many Nigerians, Mr. Speaker, are struggling to survive. So if we want to check insecurity on these roads, Mr. Speaker, there is need for a very conscious effort for the chief executive of states to be able to come together on a bipartisan approach with Mr. President for us to see how we can lift Nigerians out of poverty. Because that is one area that we believe that we will be able to check the insecurity that we are faced with. And the other one, Mr. Speaker, finally, is that we need in this country to be able to be with saving heart and not scheming heads. Because we are more of scheming heads in the pursuit of what we intend to do more than saving heart. If we have saving heart, a heart meant for the betterment of this country, meant for the development of this country, instead of scheming heads of what we want to become or where we want to get to. Together, Mr. Speaker, I believe that from the north to the south to the east, we have what it takes as leaders if we have saving hearts to be able to solve the challenges that are faced with this country. So I lend my voice to the support and the prayers of Leke, but only to the fact that it has to be extended to other parts of this country, Mr. Speaker. Those are my humble submissions, sir.
Honorable Adam. Maybe. Respected colleague. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name's Honorable Gideon Titila Gorofi. I represent the good, hard-working people of Wilk, Shelong Federal Constituency.
I'm from Adamawa State, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of insecurity in this country is not a new thing. As former IGP, Tafa Balogun will always say in his Yoruba to nation, security is everybody's business. Mr. Speaker, I think it is a duty for us to bring suggestions and ideas how insecurity in Nigeria will be tackled. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you. I served the Nigerian police for 32 years before resigning into politics. Mr. Speaker, when I was enlisted into the Nigerian police, administratively, the headquarters was fighting crime. And how do they do that? If you are in a command and several crimes are being committed, you will be transferred to police headquarters. There are offices that are meant for discipline, like the provost and other offices like that. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, history will have it. Our service chiefs have not done well. And still, we are keeping silent in this country. Mr. Speaker, they have become what we used to call in the civil service permanent secretaries. Mr. Speaker, or rather, they have become emirs that cannot be removed easily. Action has to be taken, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to get it right in terms of security. Mr. Speaker, we have gallant and effective soldiers in our military. If today, Mr. Speaker, these service chiefs are removed and another set brought in, Mr. Speaker, it will reach a stage after maybe having 2-3 sets, we will get it right in terms of this insecurity. Mr. Speaker, we have to do it with all one-hearted, and let us see that our country is secured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues. Thank you. I remain Honorable Henry Nwawuba, and I speak for the enterprising people of Mbitoli Keduru Federal Constituency, Imo State. My dear colleagues, yet again, we are faced with a motion bordering on security, on kidnapping, on armed robbery, on the death of fellow Nigerians on Nigerian roads. Mr. Speaker, globally, there are periods when insecurity, kidnapping, even accidents on the road are known to be on the increase. And serious law enforcement dictates that you respond by taking preemptive measures, putting out adequate security people along Nigerian roads, knowing fully well that at such a period, such as the end of the year, such as the Christmas season, other festive seasons in Nigeria, we will have heightened activities on Nigerian roads. And in some cases, sir, we have actually seen the Nigerian security forces respond by rolling out their men on certain parts of our Nigerian roads. But what do we find? What we find on ground is that instead of, in most cases, being a solution, these men that are supposed to actually safeguard the lives of Nigerians traversing the length and breadth of this country at such a period, sometimes are not there when we need them most. What we see is that they turn themselves into collection agencies.
Honorable Prestige.
They seem to be more interested in public display of corruption, sometimes collecting monies openly from motorists, engaging in all manners of disruption, even causing untold hardship by the kind of long delays and traffic jams that they cause on Nigerian roads. This is not a motion that is speaking to just the moment. I don't have a crystal ball, my dear colleagues, but I predict that by the time we get to April, when it's going to be Easter, or by the next time that we're going to be doing our Salah celebrations, any time that there's going to be a surge on Nigerian roads, we witness these kind of situations. Therefore, my dear colleagues, I think that enough is enough. When it comes to the issue of kidnapping, armed robbery on Nigerian roads, we need our security forces to stand up to be counted. They need to live up, not just to be collecting bribes on the road and at the checkpoints, but to actually make sure that the Nigerian road becomes safer during Christmas periods and other festive seasons. Kidnappers and armed robbers are also human beings. If we match them force with force on the road, I guarantee you these people will disappear. This is a wake-up call to all of us Nigerians to join hands and demand that our security forces rise up to the expectations of Nigerians. I so submit. Thank you.
Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Toby Okechukwu. I represent an area of Wodiriba Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, this motion with regard to the challenges of security, kidnapping and robbery on our highways, particularly from Abuja to Lokoja to Kaba and to various parts of the southwest and southeast, is very, very auspicious. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the primary responsibility of government under Section 14(2)(b) of the Constitution is the welfare and security of its citizens. And this responsibility of government, our expectation, is expected to be observed not in breach, but in fulfillment of that cardinal principle of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it is common knowledge on what has been happening in our highways. Last few weeks and few months, it was Abuja, Kaduna to Kano. It was Birnin-Ngwari. Presently, these hoodlums who are looking for ungoverned spaces in our country have migrated to Abaji, Lokoja, Abuja to Lokoja. Unfortunately, for commuters and for road users, this is a very, very curious and very, very important time because Nigerians are traveling for the festival season. This is Christmas, and this is end of the year. Most Nigerians are traveling. Unfortunately, if these spaces continue to be available for these hoodlums, it means our citizens will continue to be victims. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor you with a number of people who have been kidnapped or attacked on these highways. But my constituents have been victims. The HPM of an Niri local government, the treasurer of an Niri local government, and the driver, they were victims on this road or at Wally Point while they were coming for a conference in Abuja. And you can understand what Nigerians go through. So, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, people from the southeast are actually suffering double jeopardy. One, the airport is not working, and they have been subjected to traveling by road. And if the roads are inclement, what will happen? So, Mr. Speaker, the duty of this parliament is to aid our citizens. And we are supporting this motion, which I actually had my own brief motion. I had my own motion, but Lekki had it. We are suffering severally and collectively. Whether it is whether it is Abuja to Kaduna to Kano, or whether it is Benin to Lagos, Mr. Speaker, the security situation is very perilous. And this is coupled with the fact that our roads are not in such a state that we can avert some of these circumstances. So, honorable colleagues, I would want us to support this motion. First and foremost, that the security chiefs, particularly the Inspector General of Police, should make sure that these ungoverned spaces are filled up with security men with sufficient equipment. Two, the roads leading to these areas, particularly in the southeast, should be addressed by FEMA. Of particular significance, Mr. Speaker, is between Ajokuta and Lokoja. In fact, the road that borders the Ajokuta factory, the Ajokuta State Complex, is in a terrible state. So I believe that this parliament will be doing its duty by bringing attention and the agencies of government to do their job. So I support the motion fully, and it should be carried.
Ruka, yeah, writing up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent the good people of Isukwatu Muloj Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. A lot have been said about this motion, and I believe that every member that is sitting here is in support of this motion. But I just want to read from our Constitution. That what we are asking today is not something ordinary. It's not something that is out of place. This is what the Constitution says we should do as government. And I quote chapter 14, section 14(2)(b). And I quote, "The security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government." Mr. Speaker, having read this, it is obvious that what is happening today shouldn't have happened if we have lived up to expectation. And I'm saying it without mincing words. People are losing their lives on a daily basis. For people from Southeast, Enugu Airport is closed for months, and I don't know when it will reopen. But even if the airport is open, it's not everybody that is going to be going by air. From Enugu Airport to Olobanta, we've seen series of kidnapping and killings and robbery on a daily basis. If you talk about from Lagos to Benin Ore Road, same story. Talk about Abuja to Kaduna, Katsina Road, everywhere. So the issues are very simple. As Parliament, I'm adding that the leadership of this House, though we have been doing a lot, should engage the security agencies to find out why and how these issues of kidnapping and robbery should be put to a stop. Other than this, by January we'll still bring motions. God forbid, these people will still be on the road even nothing happens. You're talking about bad roads. It's everywhere. I'm not saying the government is not doing anything, but I am saying that this is justice according to law. It's about constitutional provision that nobody should flout. So I add an urge that the government of the day, with the leadership of the House, should engage the people who are involved to make sure that our roads are safe, that people who are traveling can travel anytime. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my only true contribution, and I support this motion.
Respected colleagues, amendment. First from Honorable Julius. Prof, the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Julius Ihonvere, Owan Federal Constituency, Edo State. Actually, my amendment was to refer to certain routes where innocent citizens, including scholars, have been killed recently. You remember the professor from AAU. But I want to change that to agree with the amendments made by others, that it should actually be...
But, Prof, you are part of those who drafted the rules, and by our rules, it's only the one that is written that should be taken. That's by our rules. So, you are dropping an amendment? You are stepping it down. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Eden, the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafu Norowanam Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is to urge security chiefs to beam their searchlights on all the federal roads across the entire country so that we can have a very smooth Christmas celebration. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder. No seconder. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name remains Honorable Dr. Henry Okonachibong, representing the people of Ibiono Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the amendment as moved by Honorable Unyime Idems. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Honorable Jaha, the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. The amendment should include the following: Bama, Pulka, Goza, Madagali Road, Maiduguri, Dambua, Chibok Road, and Maiduguri, Dambua, Biu Road. So I move. All these roads are in my constituency. And if you are doubting it, just follow me tomorrow. I'm going to that so that so sir, so I move.
All the road in Nigeria, don't know.
Seconder. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Kabir Al-Asarurum. I represent Rano Bunko Kibe Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano State. I rise to second the motion, the amended motion moved by Honorable Goda. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Respected colleagues, amendment. Sorry, sir. I thought the amendment has been captured by the one moved by Honorable Edem, who says all federal roads. I don't know what, except you have another. Huh? You want us to take the state roads? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, it's okay, sir. I stand down.
Amendment, you have said down.
Amendment paper, sir. But I wanted to present the amendment, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Honorable Lan Shetima Ali representing Mursari Gaidam Unusar Federal Constituency from Yobe State. My amendment is this, Your Excellency. Considering the fact that this security issue
We have been talking.
The rule is that you just move your amendment. You are not supposed to debate. So move your amendment straight. Seconder. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, sir, my dear colleagues, honorable members, my name is Babangida Alasan Abdullah, representing the Ala Federal Constituency. I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the amendment motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Honorable Bello. Yeah. Matter of urgent public importance. Honorable Bello.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished colleagues, my name is Muhammad Bello Yakubu. I represent Birnin Kebbi, Kalgo, and the Bunza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise through Order 8, Rule 4 for this Honorable House to suspend its rule and allow me to present a matter of public importance. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
Introduce the subject matter.
The subject matter, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of obtaining degree from the Republic of Benin within 6 months. Within 6 months, Mr. Speaker. That is the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me read again that there is secretariat going on in Benin Republic. I will still go there to obtain degree within 6 months. Yes, and come back here to be wanting to be enrolled into service, which is quite very questionable. That's why he's bringing the motion, and I think it's quite urgent for us to investigate. Any seconder? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Aniekan Umana. I represent the unique people of Abak, Etimeko, Ika Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Akwa Ibom State. I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder for the second leg. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Emeka Chinedu. I represent the good people of Ayazu, Eziniti Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Imo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to the second leg of his motion, which is Order 8 to 7, so that allow my colleague to take his motion. Thank you. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. That's have it. Yes, go ahead and move your motion. Honorable Bello.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm still Muhammad Bello Yakubu, representing Birnin Kebbi, Kalgo, and the Bunza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, there is the urgent need to checkmate the trend of sending students who graduate within 6 months in Benin Republic for National Youth Service Corps. Note that Nigerians now shuttle to Benin Republic where they graduate and obtain degree certificates in 6 months. Aware that the National Youth Service Corps in October 2019 had refused to issue a certificate of national service to some former Corps members who graduated from institutions in the Republic of Benin and some other African countries after a rigorous one-year compulsory service. The Director General of NYSC recently accused universities in the Republic of Benin of presenting unqualified persons for its one-year mandatory national service. further aware that Nigerian students now run to Cotonou in Benin Republic to bag a degree in 1 year, some for 6 or 3 months. The very degree certificate that takes brilliant students 4, 5, or 6 years to acquire in Nigeria can now be obtained within 6 or 7 months in Benin Republic. Surely the standard is low in Benin Republic. The 6 months it takes to graduate in Benin Republic is equivalent to 1 semester in Nigerian universities. Concerned that this is doing a great damage to Nigerian education sector, many students that cannot cope with Nigerian universities for their academic weaknesses rush over to Cotonou or their affiliated institutions here in Nigeria to bag a degree within 6 months. Some go over there because they could not pass JAM exams. There are other reasons, which include cheaper school fees. Whatever the reason, the standard should meet up with the university standard. Worried that there are also allegations of buying and selling of degree certificates in Benin Republic, the activities of unscrupulous persons who bring shame to the country through the sale of academic qualifications to unqualified graduates is condemnable. The whole scenario of graduating within 6 months and being mobilized for National Youth Service is an ill wind that blows nobody any good. The National Universities Commission should wake up and look into this by giving the universities in Cotonou or Benin Republic the standard acquired in our country, accepted in our country. The NUC should sensitize Nigerians on the fully accredited institutions in Benin Republic to avoid being admitted for a fake degree. The Ministry of Education, the NYSC should work together to see how this issue will be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I believe all the honorable members in this House passed through various universities, polytechnics, colleges of education.
Honorable Bello, yeah, just move here much. So you need a seconder before you give us a synopsis. Seconder. Deputy Chairman, Women Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I remain Honorable Barrister Vincent Ekene Dilichukwu Ofumelo, the honorable member representing the good people of Oyi and IMM Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues.
Respected colleagues, I will beg for your understanding that this is a motion that borders on our own foreign relationship. It is not just within the confines of Nigeria, and it is an investigative motion. I would rather plead with you that we put the question for the investigation to take place rather than the debating it, so that we do not sever our relationship. Amendment? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency, our Speaker, honorable members. I want to amend the prayers, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. I am Honorable Haruna Michelia. I represent Askra Obahawul Federal Constituency of Borno State. I want to amend the prayers, Mr. Speaker, to include even master's degrees in different fields. People working in various states and sectors in this country will go there and register. And within a short period, without attending any lectures, come back with a very beautifully laminated master's degree from Niger. So it should include even master's degree. So I want to amend that the NUC and other different regulatory bodies should put the searchlight on universities in Niger. I so amend, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, seconder. Yes, Chairman Health. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable colleagues, I'm Honorable Shetima Ali, representing Bursari Gaidami Bursari Federal Council. I rise to second the motion, amendment motion, heavily moved by Honorable Doctor. I so second, sir.
Favor the amendment, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Doctor.
I'm Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, representing Ingaski Shanghai Yawuri Federal Constituency of Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is to also urge the National University Commission and Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria to investigate foreign institutions.
Are you moving a motion? Okay.
I'm just making an amendment to include the National University Commission and Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria to further investigate all the countries that are training Nigerian medical doctors but not allowing the doctors to practice in their country. Because they will graduate there, but they are not qualified to practice in the country they graduated. So they have to come, they are only allowed to practice in Nigeria. And that is causing a lot of crisis in the health sector, sir. That's my amendment, sir.
Seconder. Yes, Honorable Koko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues. My name is Shehu Koko. I represent Koko Bese Mayema Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Sir, I rise to second the amendment made by my colleague, but I don't know if we can. This issue is a very serious issue it should be a motion. No problem, sir. I second the motion, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Koko, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second the amendment made by my colleague, sir.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Another amendment? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm Honorable Show Balaram Kakali, member representing the Ngeshuni Bodinga Traitor. I'm from Sokoto State. The amendment I want to present is about the emphasis on the use of paper qualification for entry into jobs in Nigeria. I believe all of this happened because of overemphasis on paper qualification as a guarantee to job securing in this country. If we can emphasize skills, resourcefulness, entrepreneurship, or the ability to provide solutions as a key to obtaining a job in this country, I think people will not be running all over the globe to get certificates by whatever means or by whatever form for them to come to present to institutions in this country.
Yeah, amendment. Let's manage our time. Thank you, sir.
De emphasize the use of paper qualification in securing jobs, but rather emphasize skills, resourcefulness, and ability to provide solutions to challenges in this country as a key to providing jobs rather than paper certificates.
Can we achieve this through this motion? Seconder. You want to second, Doctor? I think my brother is like, the truth that we cannot achieve what you are proposing through this motion. That's the truth. Thank you. So the question now is that those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion refer to relevant committees of the House. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Berniwa, Krika Sama, Woody Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming under Order 8, Rule 4, Sub-Rule 4, which said that you cannot take more than 2 matters of urgent national importance at the same sitting. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am moving that we suspend extent provision of Order 8, Rule 4, to enable us to take more than 2 motions. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Honorable Abente.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues. I come under Order 8 Rule 4 to ask for the urgent need to contain the cholera outbreak in Andoni, Opobo, Nkoro Federal Constituency. My appeal is that you and my colleagues do help us so that we can have it today. Your own part is to allow us to take the motion. Thank you, sir.
Seconder, for the first leg. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Engineer Joseph Asukubelo, representing the great people of Adavi, Okei Federal Constituency. I'm from the Confluence of Nigeria, Kogi State. I rise to second the motion ably raised by my honorable colleague. I so second.
Sorry. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Second leg. Seconder for the second leg. That will take it now. Honorable Jara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ahmed Jah Hababa is my name, and I represent Chibok Dambo Goza Federal Constituency of Borno State. I rise to second the second leg of the motion, as rightly moved by the honorable member. So I second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Honorable, you may go ahead and present your motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues. I am Awaji Nombek Dagomie Abiante. I represent Andoni, Opobo, Nkoro, Federal Constituency of Rivers State. The urgent need to contain cholera outbreak in Andoni, Opobo, Nkoro, Federal Constituency of Rivers State. A cry for help. The House notes that a cholera outbreak has been reported in over 10 communities in Andoni, Opobo, Nkoro Federal Constituency, with 65 cases and 11 deaths recorded so far, and the epidemic is spreading to other villages and neighboring communities. The House also notes that cholera is an acute diarrheal disease that can kill within hours if unattended to. The disease is found essentially and spread in places where water supplies aren't of the right quality and sanitation or toilet systems are poor. The House further recalls that the Federal Ministry of Health reported 37,289 cases and 1,434 deaths between January and October of 2010. It also recorded 22,797 cases of cholera with 728 deaths and case fatality rate of 3.2% in 2011. Outbreaks were also recorded in 2018, with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control reporting 42,466 suspected cases including 830 deaths with a case fatality rate of 1.95%, from 20 out of the 36 states from the beginning of 2018 to October of the same year. Concerned that if this present outbreak is not checked, it could result in another fatal outbreak, leading to loss of several lives and hardships, especially in the communities and persons so affected. I therefore urge this House to resolve that the Federal Ministry of Health and the Nigerian Center for Disease Control immediately deploy health workers to the communities to address the outbreak and control further spread. The House should also urge the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to urgently put in machinery in motion to provide clean and potable water in the affected communities. We mandate the Committees on Health Services and Water Resources to ensure compliance. I so move.
Respected colleagues, this is a very straightforward motion. So I will seek for a seconder and put the question. Seconder? Yes, Honorable Kauji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Kaoje, Bello Kaoje. I represent Babudo Suru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Motion referred to the relevant committees of the House. Yes, Honorable John Day.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues. Dr. John Day is my name. I am from Benue State, Boko Taka Federal Constituency. Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, Order 8, Rule 4, as well as Order 6, Rule 4. 6 Rule 4 talks about complaints against publications. Honorable colleagues, yesterday, there was this publication in the Daily Trust's front page, which talks about constituency projects, House senators, and reps steal billions. And this is credited to the chairman, ICPC. You go to page 3 of this newspaper, he has given details, according to him, how members and senators steal billions. Now, I take exceptions to this, and I come under Order 6, Rule 4, to ask the House, ask the Honorable Speaker and the House to allow me to present this matter as urgent enough for us to debate it now, please. I so move.
Seconder. Honorable Misal.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Makama Misau, representing Misau Dambam Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Bauchi State. I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable John Day. I so second. Thank you.
Yes, you can. Go ahead. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Go ahead and present the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues, the House notes with great concern the Daily Trust newspaper's publication of Monday, that's yesterday, 16 December 2019, front page, wherein the ICPC chairman called senators and House of Rep members as stealing billions. The House further notes that in page 3 of the same paper, the ICPC chairman is quoted as saying the ICPC in a report tagged Constituency Project Tracking Group tracked 424 projects from 2015 to 2018, constituency projects. And that is between June and August of 2019 across 12 states. And the states include Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Benue,
Honorable Speaker, that's where I come from. Those states, Enugu State, Imo, Kano, Kogi, Lagos, Osun, and Sokoto, as well as the FCT, accuse the lawmakers of duplicating of contracts using the same descriptions, the same narrative, same amount, same location, and awarded by the same agency. The House is further concerned that this is capable of teaching the National Assembly members against their constituents and portray them as thieves. The House is properly informed that this is a deliberate attempt to rubbish and ridicule this institution and portray it as not having credible persons. The House is therefore worried that is capable of destroying the image of the Nigerian legislature before the international community and making us lose respect, which most of us earned before we got into the National Assembly. The House is very much aware that no court in Nigeria has passed any judgment on this legislature and its members as thieves. So the ICP's chairman has no such right. If you say someone stole, you are saying the person is a thief, and we are not. The House is also aware that in most communities in this country, the only federal government project and the only benefit the communities can boast of is the National Assembly members' projects, because we represent the grassroots. The House therefore resolves to invite the chairman, ICPC, to interact with the Committee on ICPC of the House for proper proof, for proper discussion, not proof. I so move.
Seconder, Father of the House. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Honorable Prestigious, member representing Abanot, Abasa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is on the prayer. Want to discuss the motion? Want to discuss the motion? Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thought this is an issue of privilege, so you don't discuss issue of privilege, even though it has come under matters of urgent public business. That's what's supposed to be, by our rules, because it's a question about publication, which you are very much aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is on the prayer, where he is requesting that the chairman of ICPC be invited to the committee. Mr. Speaker, I think this is not an issue of the committee. It is an issue that affects the entire members of the National Assembly. And I think we should invite the ICPC chairman to come to the floor of this House to now substantiate his allegation against members that we are thieves. If this thing is done in the boardroom, the whole world will not hear it. This newspaper is not just newspaper that's within the National Assembly. It is newspaper has gone all over the world. It has gone viral. And I'm sure that even some congressmen all over the world and parliamentarians must have read this. And this is a total blackmail on members of the National Assembly, of which our integrity is...
Well, we are not debating. No, what is the amendment? What is the amendment?
Floor of this house for him to explain to members why he got his information and substantiate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, respected colleagues, I want to beg for our understanding. First, if it is true, the publication, and there have been so many stories in Nigeria that at the end of the day, when you go through the nitty-gritty and the tape, you find out it's a different entirely, that what the person may be quoted out of context. So many of such kind of stories. I don't want to believe that the ICPC chairman said that. So I would rather subscribe to allow the committee to interface with him. And then possibly we'll add ethics to it. And I will tell you, I was watching just on Monday yesterday, discussion on AIT, on press review. What the people who are saying, as if government gives members money to execute. And I expect the press to be investigative in their own activity. The misinformation out there at the corridor is so much. But we should not join issues with anybody. The SPC chairman, as far as I'm concerned, this is a very sacred place. It's not everybody that can have the opportunity to enter into these chambers. So we should not be too emotional over matters. We should rather deal with the matter as they are and on their own merit. This is what I will beg of you. And I will beg colleagues to allow the committee to do their work and report back to us. Whatever it is, we report back at the plenary. Ethics. And listen, so leader, move for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Dodigodun Elmelu, and I represent the good people of our North Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. I propose an amendment, and the amendment is to the effect that the Committee on Ethics and Privileges and Public Petition should, as a matter of urgency, Ethics and Privilege Public Petition should investigate this matter and report back to the House within 4 weeks. I so move.
Seconder, to the amendment. Prof.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Julius Ihanvere, representing All-One Federal Constituency, Edo State. I rise to second the amendment ably moved by Right Honorable Elumelu. I so move. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Respected colleagues, those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion referred to the relevant committees of the House as said in the prayers. As amended, sorry. Yes, Honorable Zainab, a breach.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Zainab Gimba. I represent Bamanga Lakala Belge Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Borno State. I rise to move a motion for an urgent need to help the increasing cases of missing persons in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I so move. I stand on Order 8, Rule 4.
Seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved. To second my name is Honorable Jimo. My name is Honorable Jimo Olushola Ojibole, member representing Ado Federal Constituency. I rise to second both first and second leg of the motion.
It's an abridged motion, so those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, move your motion.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, our nation has witnessed diverse and serious security challenges in the last 10 to 15 years, and should therefore note that there has been alarming increase in the cases of missing persons across the country in recent times as a result of insurgency, kidnapping, abductions, flooding, religious and communal conflicts, internal violence, and disturbances. Also note that across the country, more than 10,000 persons get missing annually, but only about 2% get back to their families, often wounded or severely violated, while very few are successfully resolved. The House should be aware that the cases of missing persons occur all through the year, but are usually heightened at the end of the year, affecting both young and old, men and women of all classes in the society. Also aware that many cases of missing persons are often unreported, thereby increasing the total number of missing persons in the country. Concerned that both civilians and security personnel who are saddled with the responsibility of protecting lives and property of citizens also fall victims of the situation. Further concern of the alleged complexity of security personnel in forced disappearances of countless number of persons, secret and unlawful detentions, inhuman torture, and sexual assault of female detainees. Also concerned that the unresolved cases of missing persons have left their families in anguish and the nightmare of not knowing if they will ever be found. Deeply worried that Nigeria is now rated as the country with the highest number of missing persons in the world. I therefore urge to...
Yeah, just submitting a motion. So, yeah, yet to, we will not give you the opportunity to urge until we have a seconder. Seconder, Honorable Babiji Benson.
Honorable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I hereby stand to second the motion as directed by your good self.
Which motion?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
That which motion? Yes. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. I want to believe we are done with the motion. Thank you. Motion referred to the 11th Committee of the House. Respected colleagues, leader, sorry, clerk. The business of the day is the presentation of 12 bills. I invite the clerk to read their short titles.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Council for the Regulation of Freight Forward in Nigeria Act, Amendment Bill 2019. Federal University of Education, Zaria Establishment Bill 2019, first reading. National Youth Welfare Scheme Fund Bill 2019, first reading. Asobila Hospital Establishment Bill, first reading. Federal University of Technology, Lagos Establishment Bill 2019, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, Alteration Bill, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, Alteration Bill 2019, first reading. Federal Facilities Management Agency Establishment Bill 2019, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, Alteration Bill, first reading. Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRAM Act, Amendment Bill, first reading. Southeast Development Commission, Establishment etc. Bill 2019, first reading. Nigerian Press Council Amendment Bill 2019, first reading.
Respected colleagues, the first order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to provide for establishment of a National Urban Development and Regional Planning Commission for the development and improvement of social amenities in urban areas and preparation of the federal and regional physical development plans and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Jimo Abdurrahim Olajide. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 5th November 2019, and I invite Honorable Olajide to move that the bill be read the second time. Honorable Olajide.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Jim Abdurrahim Olajide, Lagos Mainland Federal Constituency, Lagos State. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek the indulgence of this House that we should step down the bill for further legislative discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Leave step down by the leave of the House. Respected colleagues, the second order of the day is the commencement of a debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for a single term of 6 years for the President and Governors and 6 years term for members of the National and State Assembly. And for the Mazandi of John Day, one members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 21st November 2019, and I invite Honorable John Day to move that the bill be read the second time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. Dr. John Day is my name. I am from Benue State, Boko Taka Federal Constituency. This is an alteration bill. May I move that a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to provide for a single term of 6 years for the President and Governors and for 6-year term for members of the National Assembly and State Houses of Assembly and for related matters. Also move.
Seconder. No seconder. There's no seconder. Oh, Honorable Stanley, you want to second? I hope it's not tender elongation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, member representing Ibadan Northwest, Southwest Federal Constituency. I'm from Oyo State. I rise to second the motion as moved by Honorable John Deere. The bill as moved by Honorable John Deere.
John Deere, lead the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. This is an alteration bill to the Constitution. It's two prongs, and it has to do with the tenure of the President and Governors and the tenure of the legislatures, national and states. First, I'll start with the first prong, which is the tenure for legislatures. And my thinking is this. I have been in this chamber for, by the grace of God, this is the third term. When I came in 2011, over 200 of us came in as new members. In 2015, the same thing repeated, Honorable Speaker. And this 2019, we have also seen almost 2/3 of the members seated here today new members. Now, the implication of this is that there is no institutional knowledge, there is no experience. That is the implication. If every 4 years you are losing over 200 members,
every 4 years you are losing almost 2/3 of the National Assembly members. It means the experience that you should have, the institutional knowledge is lost. And when new members come, you start learning afresh. Now the argument is this: for the executive, for the judiciary, it is not the same thing. You see a magistrate comes in on level 9, rises through the ranks to become a high court judge, to become a justice of the Supreme Court. It takes him or her not less than 30, 35 years. Now, such a person can easily, very easily, make reference to cases dating 25, 30 years and becomes a bundle of knowledge. You go to the executive, you see a fresh graduate comes in, stays for 25, 30 years and more to become a director, to become a permanent secretary. Now that is institutional knowledge, that is experience. And such a person has enough knowledge of whatever it takes of the service. And when you come to the legislature, because it is just 4-year tenure, and for most constituencies, a lot of constituencies that are seated here, even in my own state, Honorable Speaker, even in Benue State, there are constituencies where people don't stay for more than one tenure at the National Assembly here. You have just 4-year tenure and you go back. And that means, and that's not the only constituency, and it's not just affecting Benue. A lot of states have such constituencies where people spend only 4 years in these hallowed chambers and go back. And that means there is no experience. You can see in the quality of debate for some. Now, if you go to other climes, Your Excellency, honorable colleagues, like the US, you see somebody in a particular committee staying 25 years. You see, he has a bundle of knowledge in that committee. Now, what we want to do is, if we are turning the high turnover every 4 years is over 200, almost 2/3, the implication is that we are losing so much experience. We're therefore proposing that we should have a 6-year tenure for legislators, so that even if you are leaving after one tenure, you know that you have enough experience for the institution. It is not self-seeking. I am not saying the bill is not self-seeking. It is not asking for extension of tenure for these members.
I think you have given the compendium of your own bill, so allow members to make that contribution. Thank you, sir.
As well. It is for the executive as well. So let me argue for the executive.
Allow for debate.
No, in bill's debate, you don't say those for and against. You have the right to speak at any point in time. I give out their intervention. Yes, sir. My brother from Akwa Ibom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Dr. Henry Okonachibong. I represent the people of Itu, Ibiono Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak against this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the problem we have that makes people not to come back to the house is much more of an awareness on the side of the constituents than what happens here. If we are talking of experience, Mr. Speaker, a third-term member has more experience than a first-term member. And it is left for us to be able to educate the masses of this country to know that when you send somebody to the house as many times as possible, the more you will get from that house, rather than send somebody once. Mr. Speaker, yes, what you're saying is that there should be a single term of 6 years.
For executive.
You also said, no, you started by debating on the legislators.
The legislature says 6-year multiple term.
That's what we have.
It's 6-year multiple term. You will reply now.
So, Mr. Speaker, if we are looking at, because I've read the lead debate, and I've seen where it is written that when you allow these elections to continue after 4 years, there's going to be a lot of killings. Mr. Speaker, if you allow the president to take 6 years and go, the next president that is going to come, if we are looking at the casualty, is going to also engage in the same casualty to be able to get the 6th term. So the important thing is, how can we make electoral processes and elections in this country credible and less expensive? That is the issue that we must address, and not the number of terms. Mr. Speaker, a president will not be able to achieve what he wants to achieve for the country in 4 years. So if we were talking about even increasing the terms to a 5-year term a 2 term of 5 years, it's even better. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sergius, are you speaking for? Yes, Sergius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My highly esteemed colleagues, I'm Sergius Ose Ogun. I represent Eastern Southeast, Eastern Northeast, and I'm from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, let's take our sentiment from this. We know that second term is usually the big problem that the executives usually have. Because in their second year, even in short, after the first year, people are already talking to them about the second term. And they begin to do all manner of things. And what we are saying here, if the governors will be honest, or let me just use the word executive, they will be honest to let us know how much they spend for their second term, it will shock you. So what this bill intends to cure is the monies that are being spent belongs to this country. We can save that money. They're actually getting 4 plus 2 without a second election. People have said somebody can just come in and not work. That's where the parties need to select good hands. And if you also have a governor that will not work, it will mean that the party will lose that state. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. We shall allow it to go through second reading, and it will save this country. It will save our democracy. Some people might not believe today, but put it on record today to save our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak against this bill. My name is Yusuf Adamugaki, Mr. Speaker. I represent Panshinkanke Kanam. I am from Plateau State, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my views is against the bill, and it differs from maybe the expectation of my colleagues. As legislators, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to look at the tempo, the political tempo of the nation in making laws.
The order? What was the point of order?
My name is Sada Soli, representing Jibia Kaita Federal Constituency from Katsina State. Mr. Speaker, point of order, Order 9, Rule 3(2). A member may speak for or against the motion, but during consideration of bills, report, or other measures, a member can speak on the bill, pointing out the merits and demerits of the bill, including statutory and constitutional. He is not to speak for or against, because the debate is on general principles. So speaking for or against is against the rules of the House, but members can speak on the general principles of the bill.
Well, in merits and the merits, as far as I'm concerned, means for or against. So you are ruled out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy we are all learning faster. Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, for us as lawmakers to do things that is in tandem with the mood of the nation. Mr. Speaker, any action that the 9th National Assembly is going to take on behalf of Nigerians that will further aggravate the political understanding of the nation, Mr. Speaker, we will not be doing justice to the people we are representing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 6-year term for the executive, meaning the presidents and the governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In an ideal democracy, Mr. Speaker, you cannot ask the president to spend one single year term of 6 years, single term, and expect performance. What is wrong with our system, Mr. Speaker, is the ability of Nigerian and public office holders to respect our rules. By the time we are respecting the rules, the laws that are made by National Assembly, a lot of wrongs will be righted. So, Mr. Speaker, in my view, Mr. Speaker, our democracy doesn't need 6 years single term for the executive. Our democracy needs to maintain the 4 years term, 2 terms for the executive, and the 4 years term for the parliament. If there is anything we need to do, Mr. Speaker, let us look at our electoral reforms. Let us make sure that we have made a legal framework that will allow Nigerians to elect leaders that are not going to betray them. And let us make laws that will hold leaders accountable. But to say that we will amend the tenure of our existing executive and that of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to me, it is not time for that, and it is not acceptable to someone like me. So I'm totally against the bill that it should continue, Mr. Speaker.
Engineer Satom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. The bill, important bill, that has to do with a serious national issue. My name is Engineer Satomi Ahmad. I represent the good people of Jere Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Borno State. Mr. Speaker, I align myself directly with my brother that anything that will create an impression to the existing structure so far in our system is unacceptable. To me and to Nigerians, if you look at the content of the bill, it's just like tenure elongation by proxy or in disguise. So therefore, for any electoral office, be it president or governor or senate or member of the House of Representatives, the beauty of democracy is to elect the electorate and Nigerians to vote for leaders they want, and they know in every electoral cycle for 4 years term, there's going to be an election. Therefore, this is a very beautiful mechanism where Nigerians will decide who they want to vote for in any electoral calendar. Mr. Speaker, I am totally against this bill in the interest of Nigerians and the people I represent, particularly the young people that are looking up to us to become the leaders of this country. Anything that will touch the Constitution that has to do with extension or amending that sector is totally unacceptable, and will not going to, particularly me, accept it. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I think we need to look into our electoral system to ensure that we make a provisions for credible electioneering process where the masses and the people of Nigeria will hold us accountable to vote for the leaders that they perform better within any 4 years calendar term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Olamide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remain Olumide Oshoba. I represent Abeokuta North, Obafemode, and Odeda Federal Constituency. I'm from the gateway to Nigeria, Ogun State. Mr. Speaker, I would like to lend my voice against this bill. What we need in Nigeria is electoral reforms that will afford the people pick right leaders. I believe this House should concentrate more on strengthening the electoral reforms. And I'm aware that we, as the 9th Assembly, are very focused on strengthening our electoral laws and making sure we pass electoral reforms that will let the citizens pick the right leaders that would work for their own benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I rise, my name is Honorable Haruna Isa Dederi, and I represent RI Local Federal Constituency. I'm from Kano State, sir. I rise, sir, to also join some of my colleagues to speak against this bill. I am totally against it because of the following reasons. One, Mr. Speaker, I think there is wisdom in the 4-year tenure.
Point of order.
Because after the 4 years, Mr. Speaker,
point of order.
There is room for appraisal.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
It gives the opportunity.
Point of order. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I represent Madam Maduri Kaugama. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm from Jigawa State. I stand on order 9, Rule 3(2), where a member may speak for, against the motion, but during consideration of bills, report, and other measures, a member can speak on the bill, pointing out the merit and demerit of the bill, including statutory and constitutional issues for and against such measures. He is not to speak for or against because the debate is on the general principle. Mr. Speaker,
point of order.
Mr. Speaker, because this bill is going for a second reading, so it's at a general principle. So at this point, there is no any member can stand up and start against the bill.
Point of order.
Either, I'm coming, Mr. Speaker, either the bill should be referred to the committee concerned so that they can go through it.
Point of order, point of order. He's not from his.
For or against, I don't know, the crafters of those particular rule. I will still go in line with my first ruling that speaking for the merits and the merits simply means for or against. I think it's misapplication of language. What is the merits and what is the merits? It's language. Thank you, it's for and against. So I'll rule out of order, Mikey, Mikey, and allow my brother to speak. Maybe the language they say I speak against, that's what people do not want to hear. And so let's be guided as we speak. They should choose our words carefully. Thank you very much. I will rule you out of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, there is wisdom in 4-year tenure because it will provide the avenue for appraisal. When a particular administration has served for 4 years, it is now time to look back and assess whether the administration has done well or not to deserve re-election. Now, by the time you allow a single tenure of 6 years, you will shut the door to that opportunity. So I think it is better to retain the 4-year tenure, which will enable an administration to be re-elected, than to simply provide for a 6-year single tenure, which will allow the administration the laxity of doing whatever it wants because it knows that it is not coming back. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we should be wary of playing into the hands of our adversaries. Honorable Gaddi has already said it, but in a very subtle manner. But I think I want to be very blunt here. We already are receiving a lot of bashing from several quarters. The ICPC is bashing the National Assembly. Several other quarters in this country are giving us blows. Now there is speculation nationwide that it is the intention of the presidency to have an extension of tenure. That is tenure elongation. Now, bringing this motion at this material time will make our adversaries come to the conclusion that this is an attempt, a very clear one, of extending the tenure of this administration. So I think the time is extremely wrong.
Which administration? I think we should guide us.
Working in tandem. There is no difference. The only difference is that we are in the legislature and that is the executive. But we work for the same purpose and we defend the country. We defend the good names and the good intentions of the administration. So we wouldn't want to play into the hands of those who want to see this the administration of the present administration into any problem. So I think the time is not good, and there is wisdom in the 4-year tenure. It will provide for the avenue of assessment whether or not to re-elect an administration or not. So I am also against the bill, and I hope my colleagues will see light in the arguments I have proffered and refuse to accept the motion. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chairman Ami.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abrazak Namdas. I represent the good people of Ganye, Jada, Tongoma, Belwa. I am from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak against this very important, this bill. Mr. Speaker, we copied this democracy from the US. And the essence of having 4-year tenure is that after every 4 years, just like what the last speaker said, we appraise, and if we see that a particular regime is not performing, we change that particular administration. In a situation where if you find a leadership that is unpopular, and we have to wait for 6 years to change that particular administration, that will be too difficult, and that will be too dangerous for us. And if the man in his own way, Nigeria way, is able to manipulate another 6 years, next time another person takes over and it's 6 years, then we are really in trouble. We should maintain our 4 years. And again, Mr. Speaker, although the bill said 6 years limitless term for legislators, 6 years limitless term for legislators, not for a single term, that is also very unpopular in the sense that Nigerians already will have image problem, and by the time you say we should have 6-year tenure because we want to remain here and can continue for 6 years tenure, already there will be, tomorrow's news will be this item, that the legislators are planning to have a 6-year tenure, subsequent ones. And the main issues that will be discussed here will not be there. I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, although he has a good intention, the owner of the bill, we should collectively make sure that this bill will not cross the second line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cross River.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm Jai Bagom Jaigbe. I represent the good people of Ogoja and Alafera constituency. I'm from Cross River State.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want to speak against the proposed amendment. That's because the proposed amendment is self-seeking. As members of the legislative arm and as serving members, we cannot come here and amend the bill to suit ourselves. Nigerians will look at it otherwise. I also know that the bill, if amended, is not supposed to affect the existing executive or the legislative arm, because laws are not made in retrospect. But the reasons advanced in the affirmative are very fluid, and we cannot support the proposed amendment. Thank you very much.
John, you say you want to... We'll continue?
Pressure.
You want to have a right of reply? No, and then allow members to contribute. I thought you want to step down. Okay, just have that seat. We should put a question. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I come under constitutional order, fundamental human rights. Mr. Speaker, while, I have been raising my hand, Mr. Speaker, for Speaker to recognize me.
What is your point of order? No, give us a section. The section. You refer us to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I'm protected, while I'm not against or I'm not speaking for or against, but I want to draw an attention, Mr. Speaker, why we're having all these issues is because of the immunity. We should remove the immunity clause completely. Hold on. We should remove the immunity clause. We should remove the immunity clause for both governors and presidency. Let the immunity go off so that there will be accountability, thorough accountability, and ensure that the money made for Nigerians are duly spent in accordance as prescribed by both the lower house and National Assembly. I so submit.
Well, before the question, the leader has specifically asked me to allow him make an input because of certain statements alluded to some colleagues here. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my great colleagues. My name is Comrade Peter Ohiozoje Akwatasin, MNI. I represent the great people of Akoko Edo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I thank God Almighty that today I am the acting leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking against this because some people have alluded that Mr. President is interested in tenure elongation. The reason that I am not bothered about that is that even Mr. President himself clearly came out at the last meeting of the All Progressive Congress and made it clear to everybody that he is not interested in that. So as far as I'm concerned, that is a no issue. Mr. President never had such intention and he has never said it. And because he's a man of integrity, I have every reason to believe that when he says a thing, he means it, and Nigerians should take him for his words. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to find a soft landing for our brother. But that notwithstanding, we must point out something here, that were it not for the opportunity of second term, most of the people that occupied executive offices would have operated with impunity from day one to the end, particularly when you know what is happening in some states of the Federation at the moment and what has happened in time past. So it will be very, very dangerous for the interests of our people to ever contemplate a single term of 6 years for anybody. I so contribute.
No, by our rules of debate, we allow you to reply, then we put the question. We have to manage our time, colleagues. Fair hearing is there. Yes, sir. Honorable John.
Is it me? Okay, Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, I think there is a little misunderstanding here. I want to point out one or two things which I have heard colleagues say, which is clearly a misunderstanding. Number one, I am not seeking tenure elongation for the executive. I am not seeking tenure elongation for the executive. The alteration I'm talking about is for 2023, going forward. The reason is simple. That's for the executive. The reason is simple. Re-elections of governors and presidents allegedly got 3-4 times more than the first elections. Now, allegedly, these monies come from the coffers of the states, of the government, allegedly. Now, if you give a 6-year single tenure, a 6-year single tenure for the executive, the president, and the governors, most likely you are not going to see a situation where one will fall back to coffers of the states to sponsor elections. That's number one. Number two, the desperation for the election of governors where limbs are lost, lives are lost, and our common humanity, our common sense of humanity is also lost. Lives don't matter. That will also be cured. So in the intention of this alteration is not for a elongation of tenure for the executive. Now, for the legislature, I am not saying it should be a single term of 6 years for the legislature. I've never said that. I think that is also a misunderstanding. What I mean is that because of constituencies where there is only one tenure, let us make it 6 tenures, but it should still be multiple as it is in the Constitution. However, if the mood of the House is that the legislature should be stepped down or the whole thing stepped down, so be it. It's not self-seeking.
Which one? Which one are you saying?
The question now, colleagues, I want us to manage our time. You have already, you have lost out the opportunity to step down your bill. However, you have lost that one. However, there's one fundamental correction I want to give. This is a House of Nigerian Parliament. That we should not be speaking on issues, just like the matter you raised this early morning, on what the ICPC chairman is alleging members of corruption, stealing money. You were not happy, you brought it. And for you now to come back again and use a statement on all the governors as people who are stealing money on elections, spending too much. Allegedly. If you say allegedly, it's the same matter. I think it is not right. For me, I want to put a caveat that we should expunge that one as part of possible proceedings. Thank you. No, he has not had an opportunity. The question now is that the bill be read the second time. Those. I said he has lost the opportunity because of the word rather reply. And we have tried as much as possible to save the situation. And as a presiding officer, at this stage, I cannot allow the opportunity because we are going beyond that. The question now is that those in favor of the bill be read the second time, say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Further colleagues. Whip. Call the house to order.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, members, take your seat. Order, please.
Discrimination.
Respected colleagues, the third order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal College of Agriculture, Warji, Bauchi State, and for related matters, as standing in the name of Honorable Abdullahi Saad Abdul Qadir. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 5th November 2019, and now invite Honorable Abdul Qadir to move that the bill be read the second time. Honorable Abdul Qadir, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, my respected colleagues, my name is Abdullah Saad Abdul Qadir. I'm representing Ningi Warji Federal Constituency of Bauchi State. I rise, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, to move a motion for a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal College of Agriculture,
Honorable Olatunji,
Bauchi
Honorable
State,
Leke,
and related matters. I so move.
Honorable Shina
Mr. Speaker.
Pela, take your seats. Honorable Olatunji, disband this your caucus.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Prestigious, a member representing Abanot, Abasa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Respected colleagues, I want to believe this is a very straightforward bill. As presented. Can we put the question? The question is those in favor of the bill of the content say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Bill referred to the relevant committees of the House. Respected colleagues, the fourth order of the day is the commencement of the debate. Sorry, the clerk is invited to read the
Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, I will for an act to provide for establishment of Federal College of Agriculture, Warji, Bauchi State, and for related matters. Second reading.
Refer to the 11 committees of the House. Yes, sir. The fourth order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principle of bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal Polytechnic Technical Wailo Ganjua Bauchi State to provide full-time courses in technology, applied sciences, management, and other lessons, and for and field of studies, to make provision for the general administration of the Polytechnic and for related matters standing in the name of Noble Monsoon Soro. All members recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 26 November 2019, and I invite Honorable Soro to move that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Manusoro Mansur, member representing Darazu Ganjo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present before the House for second reading a bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal Polytechnic Technical Wailo Ganjua Bauchi State to provide full-time courses in technology, applied sciences, management, and other fields of studies to make provisions for general administration of the Polytechnic and for related matters. I so move.
Under Parliament of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Benjamin Okeze Carlo. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Bende Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Abia State. I rise to second the motion for the bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal Polytechnics Technical, Wailo Ganjua Bauchi State to provide full-time courses in technology, applied sciences, management, and other field of studies to make provision for general administration of the polytechnics and for related matters, moved by my good friend, Honorable Mansour Manu Soro. I so second.
Respected colleagues, again, this is a very straightforward bill. So I now put the question that those in favor of the bill that be raised the content say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal Polytechnic Technical Wailo Ganjua Bauchi State to provide full-time courses in technology, applied sciences, management, and other fields of studies to make provisions for general administration on such polytechnics and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to Committee on Tertiary Education and Services. Respected colleagues, the fifth order of the day is a motion on the need to rehabilitate Obearuku, Otagba, Onugil, Amai, Iselangu, Road, standing in the Honorable Osai, Honorable Osai is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Osai, Nicholas Osai. I represent the Kwani Federal Constituency of Delta State, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. Needs to rehabilitate Obiaruku Tabuno, Ugirama Iselegu Road. The House notes that the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC was established to implement projects such as road construction and programs for sustainable development of the Niger Delta area. Also note, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, that Ndokwa area is an oil and gas producing area, but Obiaruku, Otagono, Ugilamai, and Iselegu Road in Ndokwa is presently in a deplorable state with so many phased sections that are making life very unbearable for the residents and road users. Also aware, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, that the road is a major feeder road to Warri-Bini Onitsha Express Road, through which commuters and goods are conveyed to the southeastern Nigeria and also to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Worried, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, that the first section of the road have become heaven for hoodlums, kidnappers, and armed robbers and bandits who are leaving tales of woes on road users with so many people losing their precious lives and properties. Observe, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, that it is on record that Ndukwa land is the only and one of the most producing areas in Nigeria that does not engage in militancies and destruction of oil facility as a way of expressing their frustration and marginalization in the oil exploration process in Nigeria. Resolve, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, to urge the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, to urgently embark on reconstruction and rehabilitation of the roads. 2, mandate the Committee on Niger Delta Development Commission to ensure implementation, now that the bill on the NDDC budget is already in the floor. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Ndudi Godwin Elmelu, and I represent the good people of Anyocha, Oshimli Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague from Delta State, Honorable Nicholas Osai. I so second.
Respect colleagues, this is an infrastructure-related motion, so by our rules we then debate it and now put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion referred to relevant committee of the House. Respect colleagues, the sixth order of the day is a motion on deplorable conditions of armed forces, police, paramilitary barracks in Etiosa Federal Constituency. Standing in the name of Honorable Ibrahim Babujide Obanikuro. Honorable Obanikuro is invited to the motion.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Obanikuro is not on the floor. I apply that the motion be stepped down by the leave of the House. I so move.
Motion stepped down by the leave of the House. Respected colleagues, the seventh order of the day is a motion on the need to rehabilitate the failed portions of Aba Port Harcourt Road and Aba Ikot Ekpene Road. Standing in the name of Honorable Osi Prestige, Honorable Prestige is invited to the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My distinguished honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Prestige Osi, member representing the industrial and commercial related people of Aba North, Aba South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Abia State. The need to rehabilitate the fair portions of the Aba Port Harcourt Road and Aba Ekotekmene Road. The House notes that the Aba Port Harcourt Expressway and Aba Ekotekmene Road have been in a state of disrepair for over 10 years. Also notes that in a few weeks' time, the nation, like the rest of the world, will be in the early season and New Year festivities. Further notes that the Aba Port Harcourt Road is strategic because of the high rate of commerce between Abia and River States. Equally, Aba Ekotekmene Road is also strategic as it links Akwa Ibom and Cross River States and extends to the neighboring Central African country of Cameroon. Informed that contract for rehabilitation of the 41-kilometer Aba Port Harcourt Road was awarded to China Civil Engineering and Construction Company, CCECC, with a completion date of January 2020, while the 11.26 kilometers Aba Ekotekmene Road project was awarded to Arab contractors in 2009 with a completion period of 20 months. Also informed that the Federal Executive Council, FEC, approved 6.17 billion for augmentation of the contract for construction of the Ekotekmene boundary Aba Owerri Road. The augmentation being to take care of the realization of the road from its original one-lane status with a 12-month completion period. Aware that the approval, which was equal to a memorandum presented to the Federal Executive Council by the Federal Ministry of Power, Works and Housing on May 2nd, 2019, covered rehabilitation of Umuahia Ikuano Ekotekpone Road. Yet, the road is still in a pitiable state. Concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the deplorable state of the Aba Port Harcourt and Aba Ekotekpone roads creates a heaven for armed robbers and kidnappers to attack unsuspecting road users, coupled with attendant economic setbacks that the current state of the roads brings to the commuters and the people of the area. Mr. Speaker, worried, honorable colleagues, that with a few days to the contract deadline, no appreciable progress has been made to alleviate the sufferings of travelers, even as we approach the Yearlitude season. The House resolved to urge the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, to urgently take palliative measures to address the deplorable state of the Aba Port Harcourt and Aba Ekotekpone roads. Also mandate the Committee on Works to interface with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing with a view to drawing up a work plan for the rehabilitation to reconstruction of roads in the southeast and the south-south zones of the country, especially the Aba stretch of the Enugu-Port Harcourt Highway and Ekotekpone Road. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Respected colleagues, it's again infrastructure motion, so we look for seconder. Honorable Ali. Amendment? Yes. Kalu.
Those who want to record.
Colleagues, my name is Benjamin Okezie-Carlo. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Ben, the Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Abia State. I rise to seek for the amendment of these prayers to include number 3, which is mandate the relevant agencies and ministries to include Ben, the Ohafia Federal Road, as well as Itumbuz or Ekotekpone Road in their construction and maintenance of roads in Abia State. I so move.
Are they part of the Niger Delta? Is it related to that? Thank you. Seconder. Engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Engineer Satomi Ahmed. I rise to second the amendment heavily put by the orator of the House. I so second, sir.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Kalu, your amendment is on 2 trenches. Yes, what they have given is, I say there are 2 trenches, there are amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ali Adeyemi Taufik. I represent Motion 1 for Constituency in Lagos. I rise to second the motion as moved by my friend, my brother, Honorable O.C. Prestige. Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
You are moving somewhere else on the different pedestal. We have gotten a seconder, which was at the point of question that we now have those who are intervening through amendment. I believe so. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Motion referred to the relevant committees of the House. Respected colleagues, the 5th order of the day order of the day is a motion on the provision of adequate equipment for kidney dialysis center at subsidized rates in the federal government health facilities in Nigeria. Send the name of Honorable Usman Zanna. Honorable Zanna is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Usman Zanna, representing the good people of Kaga, Ubio, Magumeri Federal Constituency. I'm from Borno State. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a motion for the provision of adequate equipment for kidney dialysis center at subsidized rate in federal government health institution in Nigeria. The kidney disease is a serious condition associated with decreased quality of life, increased health expenditure, and eventually premature death. Aware that the disease is usually caused by diabetes, high blood pressure, and other disorders, and is an emerging global health problem which, if left untreated, can result to end-stage renal disease, which will necessitate dialysis or kidney transplant. Also note report that the disease affects 20% of Nigerians and can be linked to the rising cases of high blood pressure among the populace, and the high cost of treatment and absence of functional dialysis machine at various kidney treatment centers are hammering the management of the disease. Concerned that the disease has contributed to the nation's rising mortality rate, as patients are unable to either afford the cost of treatment or access the facility, which are fraught with enormous challenges such as inadequate funding, shortage of specialists, poor health promotion strategies, and obsolete equipment in many hospitals. Worried that most communities do not have primary health care centers, making it difficult to identify a large pool of people with kidney disease and those at risk at developing the disease, and where the facilities exist, there may not be a doctor or specialist or other professionals to effectively man the center. Also worried that in the northern part of this country, the major causes among kidney disease patients is cost of consumable, which is make dialysis unaffordable and is discouraging patients from seeking timely intervention. Cognizant that the prevailing poverty rate in the country, lack of government attention to those with kidney disease, low number of doctors in rural and urban areas, low number of nephrologists in the country, and lack of facilities to effectively manage these patients are major concerns that need to be addressed urgently. Resolve urge the federal government to establish more kidney dialysis centers in the health facilities across the nation, employ qualified personnel to manage the centers, and subsidize treatment for kidney disease patients in order to encourage them to seek early intervention, thus saving lives. Also urge the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture and National Orientation Agencies to commence sensitization campaigns, especially in the rural areas, even in the urban areas nowadays, on the need to seek treatment in the healthcare facilities. Also urge mandate the Committee on Health Institutions, Healthcare Services, Information, National Orientation, Equity and Value to liaise with relevant stakeholders with a view of ensuring that the provisions are made either in the supplementary budget, now that the budget is over, for the establishment of fully equipped kidney dialysis centers across the country. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Conda, yes, respected colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Shina Pella. I represent the people of Iseyin, Itesiwaju, Kajola, Iwajawa Federal Constituency. I'm from Oyo State. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by Honorable colleague, Honorable Usman. I so second. Thank you.
Respected colleagues, it is an amendment. Okay, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Bello Kaoje, member representing Babudo Suru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is part of his prayers that to mandate the House Committee on Health Institution, you understand, to include it into their 2020 budget. Mr. Speaker, this House is aware that the 2020 budget has been already passed before this House. My amendment is for the committee to maybe to be amended 2021 budget. That's my own amendment. Because already 2020 budget is being amended, passed.
What if there's an opportunity for supplementary budget. So, any, no supplementary. Thank you. Seconder. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Otumba Adeumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I represent the fabulously united people of Ikene, Shagamu, Remo North. I am from Ogun State. I rise to second the motion, the amendment as moved by Honorable Kauji. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. There's something, but I saw certain things happening there. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. I remain Benjamin Okezie Carlo. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Bende Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my amendment to this beautiful motion is to the prayers. I wish to add that the prayer will include this. 1, urge the Ministry of Health to formulate a regulatory framework for the operation, maintenance, and administration of dialysis facilities and treatment. And 2, urge the federal government and the Honorable Minister of Health to, in consultation with all relevant stakeholders, develop a framework for the subsidization of treatment for kidney disease patients. Thank you.
Seconder, yes, Honorable Maki.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I represent Madam Maduri Kaugama, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm from Jigawa State. I stand to second the amendment heavily moved by the Oracle of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Mansour, your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, Manusoro Mansour is my name. That is within the Federal Constituency of Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose an amendment to the effect that the House urge the Ministry of Water Resources and NAFDAC to conduct an environmental impact assessment to ascertain the quality of water, of potable water being consumed by the inhabitants of Maiduguri and environs. I so submit.
Seconder. Diaspora.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Victor Melat Anzaria. I represent the people of Balanga Billiri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Gombe State. I stand to second the amendment as presented by my colleague. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. For the amendment, by the same, you brought the motion.
It's not an amendment, Mr. Speaker. Let me add. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as I earlier mentioned in the motion, the end-renal disease, end-stage renal disease, is a global health concern, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, in this paper, Daily Trust of 14 October 2019, which I have a copy here, how the kidney disease ravaged communities from Jigawa down to Yobe.
Move your amendment. You are not debating. No debate. Thank you. Sokoto.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Speaker. I am Honorable Balarosho Kakali, representing the English Unibo Denga Creator. I am from Sokoto State, sir. The amendment I want to bring, sir, is about the provision of adequate equipment and qualified manpower for kidney dialysis centers. And also to add personnel, because Nigeria has been one of the largest graveyards of non-functional equipment because of lack of enough manpower that can maintain and also operate them. And also, apart from employment on the resolves, to train and employ qualified personnel by the Ministry of Health. I so move, sir.
Yeah. Yes, engineer. I thought we should take this as seconder. But it says the amendments included already. Did you hear that? That what you are asking for to be amended is already captured. It is adequately captured. Thank you. Step down. You are stepping down. You are stepping down. We will continue. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Motion referred to relevant committees of the House. Respected colleagues, the ninth order of the day is a motion need to review the bilateral air services agreement between Nigeria and other countries to develop the aviation sector of the economy. Standing now, Honorable Bello Kauji. Honorable Kauji is invited to put the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Bello Kauji. I represent Bagudo Suru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, already this motion has been taken by the event. If you can remember, some few months ago, we invited even one of the chairmen of our Nigerian airline to appear before the House here. And already most of the issue in the prayers has been resolved. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House for me to step down this motion.
Motion step down by the leave of the House. The 10th order of the day is a motion on the need to address the problem of brain drain in the health sector. Standing now, Honorable Emmanuel Udo. Honorable Udo is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Emmanuel Udo. I represent Ikonini Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Akwa Ibom State. Need to address the problem of brain drain in the Nigerian health sector. The House notes that medical brain drain is a movement of medical doctors from Nigeria to other countries. Also note that there has been massive brain drain in the Nigerian health sector in recent years as medical doctors are leaving the country on a daily basis. Further note that the migration of health professionals in Nigeria has adverse effects on the healthcare systems for the nation. Aware that the international and internal migration of medical doctors has created a great challenge for public health systems. Acknowledges that in 2019, only 3.6% of the annual budget of 8.8 trillion was allocated to health services. Concerned that medical personnel are frustrated at the lack of investment in the health sector, where a paucity of equipment and frequent strikes prevent them from doing their job to the best of their abilities. also concerned that medical brain drains, which exacerbates the shortage of medical doctors, indirectly causes adverse effects on all health outcomes, especially maternal and child health in the rural and low-resource communities. Worried that Nigerian doctors have been migrating to United States, Canada, Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom, and many other nations across the globe. Also worried that the brain drain is costing the country more than it benefits in its remittances. Resolves to mandate the House Committees on Healthcare Services and Health Institutions to investigate the problem of brain drain in health sector and make adequate recommendations. Organize a public hearing in collaboration with healthcare administrators and medical doctors both home and abroad with a view to finding a permanent solution to medical brain drains in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Seconder, Engineer.
Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues, my names are Honorable Engineer Sanu Bala, and I represent Kunchi Sanya Federal Constituency from Kano State. I rise to support the motion as ably moved by Honorable Emmanuel. I so move. I so second, sorry.
Honorable Odo, give us a synopsis and lead the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm Honorable Emmanuel from Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, the issue of brain drain is simply the migration of our experienced healthcare professionals from Nigeria to other parts of the world. The reason is just not far-fetched from low standard of living and higher expectations of pay rise when they migrate outside the country. Mr. Speaker, from the medical and dental records of Nigeria, we have almost 72,000 registered medical doctors in the country. Out of these 72,000, 50% have already migrated outside the country for search for better living. Mr. Speaker, the 50% remaining, which is about 36,000, are also planning on daily basis to also migrate. The World Health Organization standards stipulates one medical doctor for 600 personnel. But in Nigeria, we have one medical doctor looking after 5,000 personnel or sick patients. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on this House and my honorable colleagues to support this motion that the health sectors of Nigeria should have a total reform to be able to implement a good standard of living and better benefits for our healthcare professionals to be able to stop the skill gaps that are currently existing in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As fellow colleagues, I want to believe this is a very straightforward motion. And so we just take one amendment because if you look at prayer 1 and 2, I want to believe they are the same. And one would entail much expenditure on the lean resources of the National Assembly. I think the first motion amendment will do. Leader, move for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Ndubi Godwin Elmelu, and I represent the good people of Anacho Shimli Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. My amendment is to delete prayer 2 and retain prayer 1. That is to read only, because what he's saying, investigate on the same issue. 2, organize public hearing. They are the same. So while we take the investigate and report back to the House, we delete the other one that involves organized public hearing on the same matter. So let us delete prayer 2 and retain prayer 1. That is my amendment.
Seconder, Honorable Yes, sir. Alumini, I gave you, but you have allowed Faleke to take all this.
Sorry, sir. It's your junior, sir. Sir, it's your junior that wants to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is James Abiodun Faleke. I rise to second the amendment as moved. So second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion referred to 11 committees of the House. Respected colleagues, the 11th order of the day is a motion on the need to investigate the activity of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund. Standing now, Honorable Wavy. Honorable Francis is invited to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Francis Ejirogane Waive is my name. I represent the entire people of Ugele North, Ugele South, Udu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Delta State. The need to investigate the activities of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund. The House notes the report in the newspaper, Vanguard newspapers of the 24th November 2019, alleging a fraud of 2.3 billion naira against the management of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, NSITF, which was carried out without the authorization of the board of the fund or approval of the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, as the transaction exceeded the spending threshold of the management. The House also notes that the report indicated that the management allegedly awarded multi-million naira contracts for the construction of office complexes of the fund in 12 states of the Federation, in addition to approving millions of naira as duty tour allowances for trips in contravention of a recent directive from Mr. President banning such trips in order to reduce wastage. The House further notes that at the end of August 2019, the sum of 2,294,161,925 naira had allegedly been spent on staff trainings, which were mostly not approved by the board or the Ministry of Labor and Employment. While many of the staff of the fund complained that they had never attended any training, with a lot of infractions in the process. Concerned about the claim by the management that it has spent billions of naira in settling outstanding debts to contractors, but details of such debts were not provided for by the board to the board of the ministry, thereby raising suspicions about the genuineness of the claimed indebtedness and payments. The House recalls that the fund had been embroiled in similar scams in the past, including the alleged diversion of 62 billion naira by the immediate past chairman of the board, who is currently undergoing trial. The House believes that there is an urgent need to investigate the allegations in order to reposition the fund to deliver on its mandate and also help in stamping out corrupt practices in ministries, departments, and agencies of government. The House resolves to mandate the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Productivity to investigate the activities of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, especially in relation to the expenditure of 2.3 billion naira by the management of the fund, and report back to the House in 4 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Respected colleagues, this is an investigative motion, and I would like yes, Seconder of Lagumini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected colleagues, my name is Ali Mohammed Abdul Mumin. I represent Nasarawa Total Federal Constituency. I rise to second motion ably moved by my right colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sir, I so second.
Amendment, or we're allowing, I suppose it's quite very straightforward. Honorable Kalu, your amendment. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I remain Benjamin Gallo from the Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is very simple. This issue borders on insurance, and I noticed that the prayer mandated Committee on Labor, Productivity and Employment and excluded insurance. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is that the prayer will read, mandate the Committee on Labor, Employment, Productivity and Insurance to investigate the activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder. Well, you are welcome that after some weeks' absence, you have just come. You are welcome, sir. Okay, thank you. And that's your name so that they can take you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Ogadego. I hereby second the motion ably moved by my colleague that the Committee of Insurance should also be part of.
Sorry, let's be guided. It is the House decision to always involve committees only that are relevant, and insurance is not part of this one. Please. No, it is under. It's not the purview. Let's not create conflict. It's not an ad hoc committee. No, it's not about being supported. We have agreed here and resolved, and it's part of it. Please, I want you to step down, Kalu. So amendments out of our rules, please. Thank you. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion referred to the relevant committee of the House. Respected colleagues, the 12th order of the day is consideration of a bill for an act to amend the National Council on Public Procurement and the Bureau of Public Procurement Act number 14, 2017 to review the mobilization fees paid to contractors, institute e-procurement and provide time frame for the procurement process, etc., and for related matters. All members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Wednesday, 11 November 2019. The House leader will move for the consideration of the report.
Mr. Speaker, there are two, is it one or two? Mr. Speaker, calm down, we have some.
Yep. Technical problem with the bill presentation, the manner and of the writing, the report isn't the situation. It does not carry the initial act and then the amended, and then what the committee is returning. These are the columns, the 3 columns are supposed to be, but we have it in 1 column. That's why we're stepping down for further input for us to be able to take it tomorrow by the grace of God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my dear colleagues, Comrade Peter Ohiozoja Apata, CNMNI. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that based on observed defects, this bill is stepped down to be considered tomorrow. I so move.
Leaves constitutional report stepped down by the leave of the House. I think, let me add again, it's for you now to work hard for presentation again for consideration to the House tomorrow, unfailingly, please. Because we agreed in leadership, this has to go before we go on leave. The 15th order of the day is constitution of a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Act number 17, 2017 to allocate 1% of the maritime fund to the fund established under the Section 6 of the Maritime Operation Coordination Board Act and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Wednesday, 27 November 2019. Honorable Yusuf Gagdi will move for the consideration.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my name is Honorable Yusuf Gagdi. I represent Panshinkanke Kanam. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues, this is a very straightforward piece of legislation that seeks to amend the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency Act number 17 of 2017 to allocate 1% of maritime fund to the fund established under Section 6 of the Maritime Operation Coordinating Board Act. Mr. Speaker will equally recall that this bill was passed by the preceding National Assembly, the 8th Assembly, and I hereby urge my respected colleagues to support the bill to pass to the Senate for further legislation.
You are moving for the consideration.
For the consideration of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder. No seconder, why? And Maki.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I represent Madam Modori Kaugama, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm from Jigawa State. I stand to support the bill heavily raised and looking for consideration in respect of Honorable Yusuf Adamu Gadi. I so move, sir. I so second.
Yes. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Respected colleagues, the 15th order of the day is consideration of the report of the ad hoc committee to determine why the Wari, Port Harcourt, One, Calabar, and Onitsha Port Harcourt port complexes are not being put to maximum use. All members will recall that the bill was laid. Are you sure it's a bill? It cannot be a bill. The report was laid on Thursday, 26 September 2019. Honorable Yakubu will move for the consideration of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I want to move that the report of the ad hoc committee to investigate why the Wari on and Port Harcourt port are not being put into maximal use. I so submit to
Seconder. Honorable Zana.
Okay. Sorry. I'm Right Honorable Usman Zanna, representing the people of Kaga, Gubio, Magumeri, Federal Constituency of Borno State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Right Honorable Uba Yusuf Yakub. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Respected colleagues, the fifth bill to be considered, report to be considered is for an act to amend the National Council on Public Procurement and Bureau of Public. Just step down. You are still having it. Respected colleagues, the report to be considered is the ad hoc committee to determine the, sorry, we have chambers brief. Here I didn't one separately. Respected colleagues, the third bill to be considered, the report to amend the Nigerian Maritime That's what I'm saying. Not yet. We're not. In my chamber's brief, there is no PISCO here. So it is in another paper. We have to move for a suspension of that or stepping down of that.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Berniwa, Greek Kasama, Guri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I move that item number 13 on the order paper be set down by the leave of the House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I will beg that we take it still because I've seen it again. Maybe where it was situated is what matters. The second bill to be considered is for an act to establish the Nigerian Peace Corps to develop, empower, and provide gainful employment for the youth, facilitate peace, volunteerism, community service, neighborhood watch, nation building, and for related matters. I invite Honorable Mohammed Mangun to move for the constitution of the report.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Munguno. I represent Marte Munguno, Ganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am craving for the indulgence of the House to step down the consideration of this bill for further legislative consideration.
Well, bill stepped down by the leader of the House. Honorable Gadi, they are still appealing to you that we step down here on for tomorrow. Are you okay? Thank you. That one too stepped down by the leader of the House. Then leader move that we dissolve into the committee of the whole to consider report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues. Comrade Peter Ohiazoja saying, I move that the House resolve to committee of the whole to consider reports.
Seconder, whip.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I second the motion that the House do resolve to a committee of the whole to consider a report.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. That is have it. House is hereby dissolved to committee of the whole to consider report. Respected colleagues, the report to be considered is that of an ad hoc committee to determine why the Wari, Port Harcourt, Onne, Calabar, and Onitsha airport complexes are not being put to maximum use. I now invite Honorable Buba Yusuf Yakub to give the synopsis of the report.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Chairman, I am Yusuf Buba Yakub. I represent Gombe Home Federal Constituency. I'm from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, if you remember, on the 16th of July 2019, there was a debate on the floor of this House to look into why the eastern ports are not being put into maximal use. And on the 30th of July 2019, an ad hoc committee was set up to investigate why the eastern ports are not put into maximal use. The terms of reference of the committee is to determine why Wari, One, Calabar, Port Harcourt are not operating maximally. The committee, in its activities, did conducted three public hearings, one in Abuja, one in One, and one in Onitsha. And we also conducted 4 stakeholders meetings in Abuja, Wari, Port Harcourt, Calabar, and Lagos. The committee received 26 memoranda from different stakeholders. And some of the findings of the committee are, the key finding is 1 on security, inadequate survey, unreliable nautical miles, inadequate marking of channels, poor roads and railway that leads to the port and other states, poor and obsolete equipment used in the ports, no tugboats, pilot quarters, shallow baths, no breakwaters, high siltation, long river passage, multiple checkpoints along leading to the ports, multiple levies by different government agencies, high lease fee, port dues, low tonnage of exportable products, no stable electricity, etc. Honorable colleagues, at the end, the committee made some recommendations that we want the House to consider today. We have about 20-something recommendations. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on the House to consider this report. I so move.
Yes. Chairman, thank you very much for the synopsis given to us. Colleagues, it's now time for us to consider the report. I think we have to go close by close. Recommendation 1. Can we go like this? To carry A, something like recommendation 1A. Carried? 1B.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 1B reads, also urge the federal government to direct Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, to account for the 3% freight charges collected in the last 10 years, having failed to ensure the security of Nigerian waterways. It's not giving any direction. They have collected the money. What we should read is that, because it's a revenue issue, we also urge the Finance Committee to investigate the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency on the 3% charges, freight charges collected in the last 10 years, having failed to ensure the security of Nigerian waterways. I report back to the House within 4 weeks.
Amendment. I don't know whether it would be right to include the committee on the maritime alongside with finance. Okay? This revenue. That particular portion, are they supposed to remit into the official account, or is for operational charges? It's for operational work. That is why the committee need to be alongside. Thank you, because the finance will come where you have surplus, operational surplus there. I suppose I'm right, Chairman Finance. Yes, that's as I said, go the two, instead of just taking that. Thank you.
Yeah, the amendment should be that the Finance Committee and the Masa Committee should, the Maritime Committee, should both investigate the utilization of the 3% freight charges that have been deducted over the past 10 years and report back to the House within 4 weeks.
Time frame, because the House will be going on holidays, so that let not our resolution be seen as not effective. We should factor in the period of the holiday, and another time they could work during holidays, allowed, but let's factor that they may wish to also enjoy their holiday period.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was meaning to say 4 legislative weeks. 4 legislative weeks. Okay, I think the chairman's 8 weeks is appropriate.
Thank you, Chairman. Remain Elumelu, Ndudi, Godwin, and your church the federal constituency. I second the amendment as proposed by the Deputy Minority Leader.
The amendment say aye. Those against say nay. That's have it. Clause B as amended. Carried. Clause C. Yes, sir.
Again, I remain Honorable Ndudi Godwin Elumelu, represent and your church the federal constituency. Chairman, my amendment to 1C, which says urge, it should read, the House condemned NEMASA on their failure to secure the Nigerian waterways despite the whole sum collected from the ship owners.
Yes, Goni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Honorable Gideon Goni. I come from Kaduna State. I represent Kaura Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minority Leader.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. Let's have it. Clause C as amended. Carried. Clause D. Yes, Kalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Benjamin Kalu. I represent the federal constituency of Abia State. Mr. Speaker, you will recall on the 22nd of November of this month, you sat and listened to a motion that was moved on the urgent need to investigate the Deep Blue contracts, after which a joint committee, I'm on one D. So I'm seeing here, further urge the federal government to fully implement the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act, which provides for a legal framework to fight piracy and create more conducive maritime environment. All those ones are good, but I have problem with adding and the Deep Blue project, because it is before an investigative committee at the moment. Yeah, if we can expunge it, sir. So I'm moving for this, the Deep Blue project to be expunged from this recommendation until the committee that are looking into it are done. Yeah.
If the House is investigating, it will be out of order now for us to again assign them with an assignment, whereas we are not satisfied. Until we are satisfied before they could be taken back. or you could say pending the investigation of the House. I think that would be much better, because assuming they are not found wanting and you now expose them, there will be problem now of taking them back. Or pending the outcome of the investigation of the House. I think that would be much better. So you put it better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. I move that 1D be amended to read as stated, except for the last part of the paragraph, we should now read pending the report of the investigative committee that was set up on Deep Blue project. Mr. Chairman, I move for the suspension of this particular 1D, and for you to read that further urge the federal government to fully implement the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act, which provides for a legal framework to fight piracy and create more conducive maritime environment, and the Deep Blue project pending the investigative hearing of the committee. Okay, delete the word DBC.
Thank you. Seconder. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Honorable Ben Roland Tigwapa. I rise to second the amendment as ably moved by Mr. Oracle or Parrot. I bet.
The amendment. Say aye. Those can say nay. That's a bit. Those in favor of clause D as amended. Carried. E. Carried. F. Clause 2. Carried. Two. 3. Marking of the channels with navigation aids. Carried. 3. Yep.
If I think we should have a way of also allowing our committees to follow up with some of these recommendations. Therefore, I want to amend that we urge the Nigerian Ports Authority to survey and replace navigating the waterways leading to those ports, and House Committee on Port Charges ensure compliance.
The responsibility of this particular aspect from the report is vested in the hands of our Navy. So Nigerian Ports Committee may not be the position to do that one. It is in their own, and I think you started the example of what was happening in Britain and the number of years, if I could recall very well. Am I right, sir? Seconder? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, honorable colleagues. I'm Ari Mohammed Abdul Mumin. I rise to support the amendment every moved by the minority leader. I saw second.
So, the ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended, clause 3 sorry, as amended. Carried. Clause 4 as amended. Yes, sir. Or 4 under 2, right? So that we.
I'm saying is that just last week on Port and Harbors, we visited those places, especially the One and the Port Harcourt. And I'm suggesting that other stakeholders, apart from the federal government, because the Eastern Eastern Road and the road heading to the ports is the responsibility of those, stakeholders that the port were concession to, especially.
With the amendment is that you are trying to make like a debate. And amendments are supposed to come with a very straightforward words that will now convey the message in terms of what has been written here. Thank you. So, give us the correct word that you feel it should be and the manner it should be.
It should be that we urge the federal government and other stakeholders to facilitate. Just add other stakeholders. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, once again. My honorable colleagues, my name is Ali Mohammed Abdul Mumin. I represent Nasarawa Total Villa constituency. The chairman, sir, I'm from Nasarawa State. I rise to support the amendment every moved by my colleagues. I so second.
Further amendment. So that we know what's up. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against nay. The ayes have it. Yes, sir. Further, further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is that the federal government, the Ministry of Transport particularly, should immediately commence the construction of the rail leading from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri to enable the evacuation of maritime products. Yes, Port Harcourt to. Yes, there is a rail. It's an existing rail. But there is an eastern flank that goes from Port Harcourt, Enugu to Maiduguri. There is the western flank that goes from Lagos to Kano. So it's a very clear distance. And then that the road leading from Calabar to Kasinala to Maiduguri should also be commenced by Ministry of Works. I so move.
Is it under the fourth?
It is not the port that is handling roads. It's not the port that is handling rail. But these are facilities. They are infrastructure necessary for.
We are going through the report. You find a situation where a place, like for instance, what the governor of River State, Cross River is doing, intervening in the area of Constitutional Road. And I think you specifically pointed out to those as hindrances to the successful utilization of those other flanks too. It is contained. So his amendment is very much intended, except that I would have wished that you are specific about the kind of corridor to be used in terms of the gauge. What kind of gauge? Standard gauge. So it's better to tie. Thank you. Thank you. Grateful. Seconder. Satomi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Engineer Satomi Ahmed. I represent the people of Jenina Kankaman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the amendment made by Honorable Toby Akishko. So, second.
Amendment. Say aye. Against any. That's a clause 4 as amended. Carried. Clause 5. 5.1. A, sorry. 5B, 6. Got it? 7. A, B, 8. This is urge SB. No, that the House, maybe the committees, the relevant committees should be the ones. The House to further investigate the Ministry of Transportation and the MPA on all the dredging contracts awarded in the last 10 years. Maritime, that's relevant. Ports and Harbour, okay? Maritime, then Ports and Harbour. But move officially so that on a falaki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Abiodun Faleke. I amend that the House Committee on Port and Harbour do investigate the Ministry of Transport and the MPA on all the dredging contracts awarded in the last 10 years. That's all.
Procurement may not be there first because first, where the job done, it is in the process possibly. If there are bridges in the procurement procedure that they will come in. For now, it is the relevant committee of the House that we should mandate them. Thank you. Yes, those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against any? That's have it. Clause 7A as amended. Got it? Seven B, sorry. 7B. 8. 9. Amendment.
The typo, Mr. Chairman, on 8 line 2, second to the last word, in order, I don't know, it has changed the whole meaning of the sentence. Urge the MPA to review the lease fees and charges for the operators and to also consider deliberate implementation of a regime to reduce port charges in other ports other than Lagos ports in order to attract, I don't understand what that's order is, in order. I think we should delete that other to make it order. No, it's delete. I don't need to.
Okay. It reads, urge the NPA to review the lease fees and charges for the operators and to also consider deliberate implementation of a regime to reduce port charges in other ports other than Lagos port in order to attract shippers. What we mean is for the charges, port charges in other ports, in the eastern ports, should be reduced so that in order, yeah, or is it the word? Okay, it's just the word. In order, yeah. It's the spelling.
And you bring sitting allowance if you're going.
those who put the question. To abstain? 11. Ambiguous. That the federal government should intervene in communication.
Yeah, what we mean is to urge the federal government to intervene in the area of communication facilities, because most of the ports are complaining that when the ship is on high sea, even if it is attacked by, well, for the government to intervene in the whole issue, because there are so many other issues apart from upgrading the communication facilities.
Responsibility, and that's the Nigerian Communication Commission. So the House can direct them to act instead of leaving it at the hands of You said? Who have the authority to supervise and regulate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think these are special communication gadgets for navigational infrastructure. So it's not essentially an NCC issue. It's for them to upgrade their communication facility for navigation, for maritime navigation. So I think it's the responsibility of MPA to put to good shape the equipment that we need to. It's MP and Minister of Transport that they should upgrade their communication infrastructure to enhance shipping. It should not be federal government.
Yes, ma'am.
Nope.
Yes, sir.
Is it to move the amendment again?
Okay, the amendment is that the House calls on the Nigerian Ports Authority and Ministry of Transportation to upgrade the communication infrastructure to enable maritime, effective communication in maritime in the eastern flanks. Chairman, which time frame do you think?
4 months.
They immediately commence. Okay.
Their provision is
The ports, when we visited, don't have radio communication, and the ship owners during the public hearing were complaining that when they are attacked by pirates, they can't even communicate the ports so that rescue will be sent to them. So they have, the Nigerian Ports Authority and the Ministry of Transport have such provisions in their budget.
I would rather say we use the word immediately, or we have a specific period of time. If somebody has an idea about how it can take, to take immediately. Thank you. Seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, respected colleagues, my name is Honorable Otumba Adeomi Oriyomi Onanuga. I represent the fabulous United People of the Kenneth, Shagamu Remo North. I'm from Ogun State. I stand to second the amendment as ably moved by Honorable Toby Ugochukwu. I so second.
Say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. 11 as amended. 11 as amended. 12A. Carried. B. C. 13. Carried. 14. Why do you say all the Ministry of Transport to bring them on board when you know they are illegal jetters? Huh? What's the reason for that recommendation? There may be wisdom.
License to become illegal.
Now, yes, what we mean is when we ask questions, they said some of these jetties are even older than Nigeria. They have been in operation for long. So what we want the relevant agencies to do is to regulate them, give them license, and regulate their activities. They said there is no way they can stop their operation because they render services to the local communities. And when you force them, the communities revolt.
As an institution of government and then legislature, who should be the ones to will I say, illegalize illegality? It is either the government should find ways, if there are encumbrances, this is what I expect, encumbrances in terms of making them follow through the method officially. Maybe these are the ones for you to point out. But for you to say that we know there are some people who are there operating illegally, that one should not be there. It should not. We should expunge it. If he rather asks the authority to ensure the statement out of all of them.
Yes. I don't, from what he said that these jetties, some of them are older than Nigeria. If they are older, it means they had been licensed to be issued by operation. Just a moment. They are useful to the communities. Just a moment. What for transportation? There are, listen, the only thing is not within the purview of what government constructed. I would rather say, instead of saying that they should, I would say the responsible agency should regularize the use of these jetties. Yes, they should regularize them. Bring them, or in the alternative, delete this recommendation completely. Because we cannot be.
They are in need of revenue. These illegal jetties are the ones who are doing bunkering. They are the ones who are doing a lot of things that you know. We should not be the ones. There must be a situation and procedure to take them out. Illegal arms, whatever you think about that is happening, we should not come here and then legalize it. That shouldn't be. Yes, Gabdi.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have this opinion regarding to this, sir, that we should urge the relevant agency to ensure that there is no any illegal jetties that is operating within our waterways. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Haruna.
I want to give you information, Mr. Chairman. I happen to be a member of the committee, and honestly, we ask these very questions that are being asked here now. And was it in Port Harcourt or Calabar? Calabar. They told us, look, illegal jetties are as old as Nigeria. No, I'm coming. You know, when they are illegal, it means the proper security agents, paramilitary and military, cannot be posted to an illegal jet, even though people know they are existing. So what we said was that let's urge the Ministry of Transport to ensure that all of them are legalized so that appropriate paramedicals, or rather paramilitary, can be posted there.
Let's have the first amendment. Let's have the first, secondary to the first amendment by Honorable Gabdi. Okay.
As a parliament, we should stop generalizing. by saying relevant agencies. We should be specific. The committee should have at least informed us who are the relevant agencies in charge of the illegal duties. So we should be specific. We should substitute the word relevant agencies. We should identify which is the relevant agency responsible. We have to be specific.
Licenses of this sort are issued at the Ministry of Transport. The Navy responsibility is to ensure that only those who are legal fly our waterways. That is their main function. And we should not miss words. The criminality in certain communities have been happening or in areas maybe pre-independence. It should not be an instrument for us to come here and say we are now stamping it. We want to see a decent society. And the world over is crying for the safety of waterways. Piracy is not encouraged, and we should not encourage it. The international community are watching our proceedings as we are doing it now. You should remember there is one of our stations that convey live or letter that will transmit all that we are doing. Let us not seem to be contravening. It could also have another implication on us as a nation. This is the guidance I want to give. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
It would be nice that we are seeing in the House not to be condoning anything that's illegal. Therefore, the House, first of all, should say, condemn the illegal jetties across Nigeria and recommend that and urge Ministry of Transport to immediately stop the illegal jetties in Nigeria. Yeah, I think that should be the amendment. Nigerian Navy. So, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, my name is James Faleke. I second the amendment as moved.
Honorable Tony, sorry, Indidu. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say nay. That's a bit. Clause 14 as amended. You want us to reverse?
We are too specific here. I think we said at the federal, the recommendation is that urge the federal government to invite Siemens. Why Siemens only?
No, that's not the one. We're on 14. 14. Illegal jetty.
No, I thought we have passed that.
No, it's 14. We carried.
14. I don't have issue with 14. Okay, carry.
Well, colleagues, again on 15, we have another committee that's working on this. Remember, the motion was brought by Honorable Sayosai Esposo, and another committee was given this facility. So we are stepping this one, pending the outcome of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. Thank you. 14. Eh? 16, sorry. Yes, sir.
No. It reads, urge the federal government, Ministry of Transport and the National Inland Waterways Authority to review the concession process and conclude it in time for activities to commence in the port. Is the problem with the concession process, or is there a concession? There need to be clarity. If the concession is taking place, then there is no need for process.
There's a problem with the concession. There's a problem with the concession process because the state government had interest in the process. So I think they introduced a company to participate in the bidding process. And at the first instance, that state government company was thrown out. So the state government approached the Minister of Transport that they have interest in the bidding process. So they are not comfortable with the process. There is corruption in the process and so on. That was why their company was thrown out. So that was what brought the whole process to a halt. As of the time we are doing this investigation, the concession process was still not concluded. So, and the ports have every facility because the federal government have bought all the necessary facilities. And that was the reason why the port is not operating fully. So the port management on their own just brought somebody using the government equipment and operating skeletally. And you know that operation, all the money, most of the money will go into their pocket.
Because if you have discovered infractions on a very sensitive aspect of what is supposed to give us good leeway in terms of ease of transportation, generating revenue, is to ask for further investigation rather than to say they should review. It's like we are covering their own tracks for them. And that's not why here. By section 86 or 89, we're supposed to expose corruption. It's not, we should not allow that one to go that way. Make me understand.
The point is, the state government wrote a petition to the ministry, and then the ministry put the process on hold and asked for investigation, whether the allegation of the state government that there are some infractions into the investigation. So they are investigating the ministry. That is why they put the whole process on hold. So what we are saying here is they should try as much as possible to conclude with their investigation so that the concession process will be concluded.
You are being accused of an infraction within an industry you are heading. Are you the best person to carry out the investigation yourself? Would there be justice if you are the one to carry out the investigation? So it should be either for the House to investigate, that should be the right way. Not to ask them to go ahead. You are now asking them to go and cover their own tracks. You have done a good job. Let's make it conclusive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, it is very apparent that the physician in this instance can't heal himself. So there is need for the House to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate the status. Yes. Okay. Well, the relevant committees to investigate the status of our nature seaport. And the concession, the status entirely. Because they are operating illegally, there is a problem with the process. It has been there for the past 10 years. It's not yielding revenue. There are so many things. Let them go specifically, like the chairman said, and specifically investigate the status of the port. And report back to the House within 6 weeks.
Seconder. Engineer.
My name is Honorable Engineer Sanubala, and I second what the Honorable Toby has suggested. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended. 16 sorry as amended. Sorry. 17A.
A amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. 17A is already in existence. Customs, SON, NDLA, CBN, MPA, they are already on single window. So I...
Expunge.
You said A.
Delete A.
A, to be deleted. It's already in existence.
The policy, Kaduba, check your 17A.
Okay.
The MD of the Nigerian Port Authority specifically told us that it is not being implemented, and that is why she wants the committee to do something about it. She said they are not using it. All the public hearings we had complained about it. I think they are not putting it into use.
Recommendation, maybe it's just to strengthen them to do it. So we could carry it. It's harmless as far as I'm concerned. They say I should carry my head up, and my head is already up. You find me there, my hand up. Carry it. B. Carry it. Carry it. C. Carry it. D. Okay. It says, let's go back to C. C. Further, all the NPA in MASA and customs to encourage transshipment from seaports to inland waterways, another incentive to reduce costs, encourage patronage, reduce turnaround time, and save the road infrastructure.
Mr. Chairman, sir, the transshipment to other inland waterways, we don't have the sea infrastructure, to move containers from one seaport to inland waterways. The depths are not there for the containers, for the ships to move. So we need...
Despite the fact that the eastern ports are very shallow, they said the flat bottom vessels move into those ports. Even a day after our investigation, the first flat bottom container vessel moved into Calabar ports. So it's only the bigger vessels that cannot move in there.
D. A. Got it? B. Well, who is responsible in this case? You are talking about Intel or AMCON. From your own investigation, who are responsible for it? Because it has to do with finances and then acquisition.
That's 18B. Urge Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria to expedite action. There is a rig, an old rig, in the Calabar port that has been abandoned. And they tried, so it was handed over to AMCON to auction it because it is blocking the waterway. And it is a great risk because if it falls, it will completely shut down the Calabar port. And if it falls to the other side, it will destroy the building. So it is now in the custody of AMCON, and they said they want to auction it. So we invited AMCON, they came here and said we should give them some months. They will auction it and then remove it there. So, but we said if they don't do it within that period, we will ask the managers of the ports there, that's Intels, because it's within their yard, to remove it and keep it for AMCON.
Will it be further cost increment to Intel, for instance? And I know that we have queries also with Intels in the last assembly regarding their own arrangement. Has it been lifted? Is there a change of mind? I'm concerned so that we do not in any way seem to be encouraging what is done not in line with our laws. For me, I will say, let's be specific. Give specific period of timeline to AMCON. If it has been given as part of the assets they have acquired, within 90 days may be too much. You are already moving towards another rainy season. If they ask for only 3 months, from what time did they ask for that period of time? Thank you. So we should give them 1 month.
I think the chairman of the ad hoc committee said that AMCON came and requested for a particular period. 3 months, commencing from when? Okay, so they have 1 more month to so that they should remove, because they are supposed to take action, like you said. It's the asset. So whatever they want to procure to take action on that is their problem. So the AMCON should be asked to remove the rig within 1 month.
And leave the intels and what. You know what I mean? If you remove intel.
The chairman of the ad hoc committee agreed for 3 months. Because if they ask for 3 months and you did not agree, so what, maybe we should also accommodate this in writing and make it official that they have social period within which to remove it.
Possible, colleagues, that whatever we're doing, put a time frame, ask our committees to follow up and ensure those things are done. You know, by that, I read the report very well, and these are the small lapses I saw in it. That you have done a good job, you now leave it fluid. It will continue like that. And don't be surprised the next 1 year you come back here, you will not find anything done. No action will be done. That is it most actionable. 1 month commencing from, let's have a commencement date of when from today. Thank you. So as the Secretariat are communicating our resolutions, you now give them, you compute and say, on or before so date. Thank you. Compliance. Of all our resolutions, we should come back at the end of the period of time to consider those areas that we have given to committees to report back to. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just want to suggest that in view of the likely Christmas and New Year break, I think we should extend it to 6 weeks, because we should do something that is realistic. By next week, almost everywhere, nobody is going to operate. Don't they have officials? Just let me learn now. If you put it to question, if you don't agree, you say no, I will move on. So what I'm saying is that in view of the public holiday, that's likely next week up to first week of January, I want to suggest that we give them 6 weeks.
I quite very much agree with Honorable Babangida's suggestion, because you are aware we will have Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year, and by the time you factor them in, of course, it may affect. So that's why I agree to the 6 weeks. 6 weeks, okay. Yes, Seconder. Ari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues, my name is Ari Mohamed Abdul Momin. I represent Nasrallah Tutubra constituency. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the amendment heavily moved by the right honorable colleagues. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Against, say nay. That's have it. Clause B as amended. Carried. Clause C. Carried. Thank you. Post, Harbour, and Little Content. Seconder. Honorable Ali. Honorable Ali.
Okay. Seconded.
Honorable Ali, this is a very important, as far as I've got, very important report that can change the fortune of our own revenue. So let's pay attention, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Gideon Gwani. I come from Kaduna State. I represent Kaura Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the amendment made by the minority leader.
Sir, against any, that's a bit. Clause C as amended. Clause 19. Sovereign guarantee to investors to make the Calabar deep seed. I don't understand what that's.
Request that we need further explanation on this. Okay.
You know, the Cross River state government is wants to build a deep sea port, and also is planning to construct a road. I don't know, there's a specific name he gave the road, which will link the northeastern part of Nigeria, the governor, the Calabar state government. So they have done all they have finished all the planning. They have gotten the approval from the ports authority, from the Ministry of Transport, and from the government. And they have gotten a partner that will do the construction. So what the partner is demanding for them is a sovereign guarantee from the federal government. So that is why we captured it.
Sovereign guarantee is meant to secure the contractor's funds. When the federal government gives that sovereign guarantee, it now allows the contractor to inject funds for the in Cross River, so that Cross River state government will not tomorrow cancel the agreements and now make them just like what happened in London, where the court ruled asking federal government to pay, I think, $9 billion. So what they are trying to do is to say, okay, give us sovereign guarantee from federal government. So with that in mind, it will enable them to always apply, go to federal government and put that certificate or sovereign guarantee at any time that they desire to receive their money. So it's no longer, once they put it in place, state governments do not have any control as to how they receive their money. It will come from direct, from federal allocation direct.
The thinking aloud of the governor to help his people and help the country by extension. But until we are privy to the entirety of the contract documents and the procedures, we may be jumping the gun and be out of order by just going to pick one aspect of it. This is a very, very important component of an agreement possibly. But what are the schedules and how now do we come in? For me, I would say, let's ask them to facilitate the opening of this corridor, the functionality of this particular port, rather than them say, do this. Except if we have it on a clear terms, you'll be able to discuss with the ministry. They told you, yes, we have agreed with them, but this is the only thing that is coming as incumbents.
Simply has the sole right, when they apply for sovereign guarantee, the federal government, through Minister of Finance, through federal government, will write to National Assembly, the both chambers. So
we have now ceded that power of scrutiny by the Loans and Debt Committee, which by extension will come back to you here.
You see, if you look at the way they capture the whole statements, it shows as if it has to be at the instance of the Cross River State government, not at the instance of the federal government. But look at what they said, on the federal government to grant sovereign guarantee. So what I'm saying is that, and they also went ahead to confuse us again. They are talking about Cross Rivers, and they are talking about investors. But based on his explanation, it's only Cross River government that is involved in this. So what is the definition of investors? So what I want to, wait now, let me finish. So what I want to suggest is that this issue, we either ask the Cross Rivers government, who are the investors, to fast track, like you said, open window, or apply for sovereign guarantee from the federal government. Thank you.
You know, they have gone through a long process. The port, we have about 3 deep sea ports that were approved by the Federal Executive Council. And the Port Authority have already done all the due diligence and have approved that the state government construct that deep sea port. And that is the future of ports in the whole world now. And that is why by the time you have one deep sea port in the east, all the problem of dredging and so on is gone. And then the president himself was very happy and endorsed that that seaport, because he even went there, that the construction should go on. What the governor is asking us to do is just like a solidarity, to say he is doing a good job. The federal government should consider or hasten giving the company the guarantee. It does not take anything from the federal government. It's just a guarantee to say he should. If we say us, you are not saying the government.
Chairman, we understand it. We are not against it. We want it done. But the various levels of checks and balances that is put across by our Constitution should be followed so that the right can be done. Out of overzealousness, at times people get carried by one activity or the other. But by the time you sit down to again reflect, you may have some observations that will have made it better. And that's why this is our own power. We cannot say, if we say guarantee, it will mean then, even before the matter is brought to us, we have approved it. And by extension, we'll be putting the institution and then the people of Cross River into problem, assuming something can, and who will be the one to be held responsible. So let all the procedures necessary for that to be actualized be followed. That's what we're saying. We're not against it. We want it done. If we'll have that man done, I want to believe those who are coming from Benue to Maiduguri and then Taraba axis, you already have a short saving period of some hours for you to have your goods. I want to be close to Abuja too, because that corridor would have served that particular purpose. So let's take a view. So, Toby.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the chairman said, the ambition of the Cross River State government is well taken. As a matter of fact, it was the needs assessment that made Mr. President to visit there. It's the assessment that made the Ports Authority to approve it. And if they have undergone these processes, I wouldn't know why providing guarantee where it is necessary will be difficult. So if they have not asked, let them ask. But due diligence must take place. Because the point, like the chairman said, is you can see where we are going to, from $40 million, going to pay 9-point-something billion. Because people have signed contracts without even due process, without even the Ministry of Justice paying attention to it. And suddenly, he says, look, I have guarantee. You understand? So if the President and Ministry of Transport and Transportation have undergone and approved all these processes, and I don't think it will take them time to give guarantee if they have asked. So, but unless we are properly briefed, like the chairman said, I don't think so. We should delete this aspect because it should go on its own.
This issue has been canvassed, and I will advise that, of course, even when we say urge or call the federal government, it's not cast on stone. It's not like it's going to be done now, and they will still carry due diligence. So I plead with the understanding of this honorable house that we can recouch this particular amendment instead of saying, oh, house deleted or because all of us are politicians. We still talk as politicians. We are members of representatives. We are representing Nigeria. We are representing people. And our committee had gone and they said, this is what they find out. This is a request coming from one of us. And instead of saying delete it, we can as well couch our intention to say, we are not saying give this guarantee today because we have not conducted this year.
Okay, let me try. Madam, let me try.
Yes, I'll sit down and recount it instead of
Chair.
it.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
So that I will clarify what my sister have mentioned. I think this house has been there for Nigerians and will be there for Nigeria at all times. Just last week, the House approved what came in as a request from Kogi for the people of Kogi State. And I believe we will not shy and we will not abandon our responsibility. We will always do the needful if it's brought to the floor. But for now, it has not been brought to us. If it is being brought here, there are conditions that our committees will go and sit down. This has been the procedure. They will take a review of it, look at it, scrutinize, come back with the advices, and then we'll adopt. Where we'll need to make amendments. But for us to say, go and do this, it has also another implication. Thank you. Honorable Sada.
Mr. Chairman, the whole question is this sovereign guarantee. When you have a foreign investor, they always prefer sovereign guarantee. And why sovereign guarantee is because to safeguard the issue of default. It's just like bank guarantee. I think this is a normal process in investors. It's normal thing in business with investors, particularly foreign investors. They don't like taking state government's guarantee because they're dealing with the country. The whole issue is to put a gap in case of a default. So the country is there for the investment of an entity in the country. Mr. Chairman, there is no contract, no investment that has no gaps. But to safeguard those getting into those gaps, that's why there is that sovereign guarantee. It's a normal thing. We cannot escape from this. Of course, there must be a request normally. Of course, the investor will request for sovereign guarantee before they invest their money. It's a normal thing.
Yes, please. Yes, I'm amending it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to support, I think the wording there, grant, is a bit too big. I want to amend it to read like this: urge the federal government to favorably consider sovereign guarantee to investors to make the Calabar deep sea port succeed after due diligence.
So what is wrong now? The federal government doesn't have the reports.
What is wrong?
The federal government has no reports before it for approval.
Reverend Dr. Haruna, you are a pharmacist. You are a doctor. Thank you. Meaning we should utilize the knowledge of some of us who are here, who are lawyers, and who are in the financial business to advise us. If this place, well, there's nothing for us to suffer ourselves over. Seconded to Dr. Michelia's amendment. Yes, Sokoto.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Arabic Alcalde from Sokoto said, I stand to second the motion. Amendments are removed by Honorable Michelia.
That's my voice now.
Okay, sir.
Your amendment is okay. Clause 19 as amended. 20. 21. Yes, sir.
The dispute here we are talking is about the dispute between the NPA and the BOA company on the issue of verse 10 and 11. So I felt that we should change it, that the Ministry of Transport urge the Ministry of Transport to do what it can to resolve. Because if you have a dispute between NPA and the BOA, somebody with a higher authority should come to resolve the dispute. And to resolve the matter, they say resolve the matter, let us put it to resolve the dispute. So the correction should, I'm coming.
Mr. Chairman, what happened is BOA took NPA to court, and during the stakeholders meeting, after the stakeholders meeting, I invited BOA and NPA to settle the matter out of court, and we were able to settle the matter. BOA agreed to withdraw the case from court. So that was why we are urging NPA to consider, where is it? 21. We urge NPA to do what it can to resolve the matter since BOA have agreed to withdraw, because the condition given by NPA then was that they will resolve the problem if BOA withdraw the case from court, and we were able to compel BOA to withdraw the case. So that is it.
Within, they should go ahead. But I don't know, what is the substance of the matter first?
The second prayer is saying relevant
NPA threatened they will withdraw the license of BOA because there was a collapsed BAT, and BAT 10 and 11, and they were asked to reconstruct it. So BOA have started reconstruction, but it was too slow. So NPA now said BOA don't have the capacity to reconstruct, so they are withdrawing the license. So that was the issue. Is it Port Harcourt? Port Harcourt, yeah, it's Port Harcourt.
Ourselves. We have a very less resources. Maybe I give you certain area out of concession for you to operate. There should be condition as to how the maintenance of the space will be like. And it's going to take money to do the construction. Should we not just say, go and settle? What are the conditions for the settlement? If they agree to do the construction and they are doing it at a small space, and yet they are collecting revenue, who are the ones to force them to do the construction? because I believe BOA has made sufficient money. That's my belief.
Has been closed. They are no more operating. So they took the matter to court, and then MPA said, okay, since you are now back to site to reconstruct, if you withdraw the matter from court, we will allow you to operate the other bats that were not affected, because the whole bat were closed. It's only 2 bats that collapsed. So MPA are saying, if you go back, since you have gone back to site, we will allow you to continue operation with the bats that have not collapsed if you withdraw the matter from court.
That aspect of them that they have done the collapse, that they are supposed to do the repairs, did you capture it in any of our report, in the end of the piston? Why did you capture it?
Actually, sir, from the recent visit, Mr. Chairman, actually from the recent visit, the Committee of Port and Harbour that we paid to Port Harcourt, the issue is that the BUA gave the contract to a Chinese company, and then the NPA came and said, no, you have to give it to Julius Berger. Already they have mobilized this Chinese company to site, and they have started working. When the NPA said they do not agree with the Chinese company, they have to go and give it to Julius Berger. And JB, unfortunately, they gave them a price that is just unreasonable to them, so they said they cannot afford that. So that is why what happened last week and what we saw, I'm urging that somebody should come and intervene between them, because otherwise they might not reach resolution of this dispute. So I think either the Ministry of Justice or the mother ministry of NPA, that is the Transport Ministry, should be in between them so that they can settle the dispute. But if you said the NPA should ensure settlement, they will continue arguing, because they were there, NPA were there, and yes, so what I feel is that from the recent assessment we have made on the Committee of Ports and Harbors, I'm suggesting that a neutral party should be there to mediate between the two, the NPA and the BUA. Because even there, as we are there, they were arguing. We have seen where they have brought heavy equipment by the Chinese company, but the NPA said they are not sure, because they have not seen, yes, they are not sure of the quality of the work they will do, because they have not seen anywhere in Nigeria where they did that work, the Chinese company. So they are urging them to go ahead and ensure that it is Julius Berger that they give the contract. And when Julius Berger came in, they gave them a quotation that they cannot afford. That is just a dispute. So I think somebody in between, somebody should, mediate between them.
Was to move forward or retard our progress. We have just spoken, and I said the committee did a good job. No doubt about that. But some of these areas that you are thinking are so small, they are not small. It can come back and make rubbish of the entire work. As we are opening windows, we should also open more windows for advantage into the country. For me, it is not a serious matter on this particular. I may even go, I'm not intending with what they are saying. That's why I didn't want to take it. When you are saying justice, what is the core of the matter? That should be known to us. And from the way you are opening, if there is a construction, what is the word of the construction? Even if it's going to be given to Chinese. Yes, sir.
I think that, Mr. Chairman, sir, I think the committee should be able to brief us about the details of the existing. BUA is a tenant to MPA. And in tenancy agreement, there must be agreement. What is the terms of contract between the two of them? Who is liable for what? Who is not liable for what? So we don't have these details. We are just being told to intervene, to allow somebody to intervene. If Chinese build it and it's not strong, the way MPA handed it over to BUA, do you expect MPA to take it over? No. This is my own point, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Like the chairman finance rightly mentioned, these are some of the outcomes of their investigation that will require further scrutiny. Like the engineer mentioned, engineer talked about Chinese company. He talked about Julius Berger. He talked about BUA. He talked about Nigerian ports. There are a lot of issues around this that if you say go and resolve out of court or resolve in court, you might not be taking the right decision. So there is need for a further interrogation of this matter. Just like we found out the responsibility of the usage of 3% to finance, we must find out this responsibility to further interrogate this issue because it has economic consequences. Now, they are in court. The bat is further collapsing, and the opportunity cost of not using the facility is there. So even when Julius Berger has said 100 billion, it apparently is now cheaper than not using the ports. So it's too consequential. So there is need for the relevant committees to further look into this aspect to make sure that we resolve these issues and get the House properly briefed so that any decision we are taking will be knowledge-based. So I amend that the relevant committees, Port Harbor, should further investigate it and report.
Because they have to find the agreement.
Nothing.
But you see, we should go back. Now we are praying that the UK court should grant us permission to file an action so that we don't pay 90 days. When it is day, when it is dark, the black goat will mix with darkness. And you won't see it. So it's better, sir, that from day one, if we want to resolve this matter, it's their responsibility. The Committee on Port and Harbor and Justice, let Justice look at all the agreements reached. And even if they are withdrawing, in some instances, somebody will say he has withdrawn. When you disagree, we'll go back again. So they should tight everything and let the two committees work on it. It doesn't cost us anything.
So I think okay.
Mr. Chairman, if you go back to the report reads, trade dispute. It's a trade dispute. They investigated and they found out there's a trade dispute. The committee also discovered that there is a trade dispute between MPA and BOA, an operator in Rivers Port resulting to litigation. This is not healthy for the industry and the nation at large. The committee intervened and BOA agreed to withdraw the case from the court. So the issue is a trade dispute. I don't know whether the committees being suggested are in the best position to settle this issue. So let's look at it properly so that we can get the right committee to intervene. Since it is a trade dispute, so we will find a trade dispute mechanism within the House to sort out this matter.
Chairman, I just want us to be very, very careful on these issues. You see, we are all members of the Parliament. Whether you belong to Committee on Port and Harbors, whether you belong to the Committee of Justice, the fact remains that we are all members of the Parliament. And we cannot say that within the Committee of Port and Harbors, we don't have lawyers there. And even if we don't have lawyers, we should assume that the committee has the capacity to handle simple issue like this of disputes, rather than putting two committees. We should always remember that whenever we are putting both on one committee, two committees, we have to look at the cost implication of this, you have to look at the timing. There are so many factors you have to consider. So I have the opinion, the relevant committee, Port and Harbor, a starting committee, should please go ahead and investigate this matter. Minority Leader, you are interrupting. I'm not a member of committee. I'm not a member of that committee, but I want to suggest that we should just be very strict. We have a standing committee, and we believe the committee has the capacity to investigate these simple matters, rather than to make two joint committees. Let us give them the opportunity to go and find out what is the position. Then they will report back to us.
I have absolute trust for all our committees in the House. And I believe they will do just the only snack here that we have here, it is not a very elaborate in this particular aspect. And we need to unravel and know what are the issues and then the way forward. I think it is important. So, yeah, Amendment, Honorable Toby. No.
My amendment is that the committees on Ports and Harbour and Justice should further investigate the matter relating to the trade dispute and report back to the House within 6 weeks.
Then you remove expunge B. Expunge B. CB. B. If you are there, so no need for B.
Then delete one.
No, that my amendment automatically deletes the other one.
No, don't say it. Say it plain then.
Delete the two and adopt this.
Yes, delete the two and adopt the one you have moved.
Is the same? I'm just doing an injustice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Honorable Gideon Gwani. I represent Kaura Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the amendment made by the Deputy Minority Leader. So second.
Those against any? Let's have it. Closer. Sorry, sir. Clause 21 as amended. B. Okay, 22. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me refer you to section 89, subsection CD. He said, summon any person in Nigeria to give evidence at any place or to produce any document or other thing in his possession or under his control, subject to all just exceptions, and to issue warrant to compel the attendance of any person who, after having been summoned to attend, refuses. Mr. Chairman, the recommendation here says that NIMASA and Shippers Council refuse to honor the invitation. There is no need for us to, they say the House should compel. We should make it very, very direct. The House should issue a warrant of arrest to NIMASA and NSC for refusal to appear before the committee. That is my recommendation.
The committee has wound it up, and they have placed a report. So now, Port and Harbour, maybe it should be specific. That is, the House that is directing them to appear before them, not to say leadership. Because if they appear before us, to come and say what now? Because the matter has now been laid.
Mr. Chairman, me, I'm of the opinion that we should urge Committee on Port and Harbors to invite the agencies to appear before the committee and explain why they refuse to honor the invitation. Then from there we can move forward. Yes.
What we will now be doing, since they've winded up, is to mandate House Committee on Port Harbour to, the House is issuing a warrant of arrest for them to appear before House Committee on Ports and Harbour. No, you are.
No,
The two differences that you are not saying you are not complying with the provision of Section 89 because they refuse. They have someone 3 times.
My concern, let me raise so that we all move together. My concern on this particular matter is this. The report is now being considered. I thought, rather than going that way, we should look for reprimand. First, condemning their attitude. Find a way to now make them apologetic. That should be what should be compulsory here. Because if we ask them to come now, what are they coming to say? They have discarded their house. It should not be tolerated by any person. Or as an institution, we detest what they have done. But we must find a way of conveying it in such a manner that it will go with the weight of their own action. That's my appeal. Thank you.
Our last bullet for another time. I think the amendment should be that we should condemn the attitude of NIMASA and Shippers Council. And of course, if you're talking about Ports and Harbour, it's not Ports and Harbour that is on charge of NIMASA. But the House can still insist on our rights that they should appear before the ad hoc committee that they refuse to honor within 24 hours. Within 24 hours. Yes.
Before we do that, we have to be very careful because this is calling for extension of the activity of the committee. For us to do that, it means we are extending the timing, the period for the committee. The question is, wait now, do we have the power to do it here? No, the fundamental question is that we are not talking about consideration or reports. We are talking about extension of time for the committee, which you cannot do it during consideration or report. You have to go back to the House.
I think the Babangida but this is a further brief, a further and better brief for the committee. It's an aspect of the work that they have left undone. They should complete it. So they should summon them and interrogate them on their appearance or non-appearance. The other aspects of the report we have considered is concluded. It's a further brief. We've just given you assignment. This is an assignment further we are giving to them.
For the ad hoc committee to interrogate them of the reasons of their non-appearance. We give them time limit to which appear. And then they will report to us. They will lay back report of what has happened. Thank you. Thursday? Today is Tuesday. Yes. Thank you. Amendment has moved by him. Seconder. Of this one? Okay. Those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 22 as amended. Thank you.
We have two amendments to rescind our decision on and bring up the amendment. Do you still have yours? I have 1F. We erroneously passed it, 1F. Here is very vague. The recommendation is call on the House to investigate the payment. Who in the House? Therefore, there is need for us to insert, mandate the House Committee on Navy and Port Harbor to investigate the payment of the $50,000 to the Nigerian Navy before escorting vessels to its destination. That's, huh? No, the recommendation which we have carried say the House should investigate. Which House? Who? So the committee, there must be committee. You didn't include committee. You didn't include it. So that's what I'm saying. I say let us rescind 1F for the purpose of taking the amendments. I so move.
Seconder, it's a very good. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Najib Shani. Mr. Chairman, sir, I second the amendment moved by Honorable Ndidi Element. I so submit.
Then move your amendment on your Honorable.
I move that the House mandate House Committee on Navy and Port Harbor to investigate the payment of $50,000 to the Nigerian Navy before escorting vessels to its destination and report back to the House within 6 weeks.
They also made it clear that these are the fees charged. It didn't capture illegal fee. Illegal fee. No, somebody came out to say this is what. And among in the committee, let me say, I saw a space there where somebody said he collected the money among the Navy officers. Yes. It's reported there.
During the public hearing in Calabar, I asked one of the naval officers if they give escort to ships coming into the port. And the young naval officer said, yes, they do. And I said, do they pay you money? He said, yes. Then I said, please don't take money from them again because you are using the government gunboats. You are paid by the government, so you should escort them, but don't pay them. But don't take money from them again. So, and we also have other informations that yes, there is a place ships used to, the Navy used to stop ships on the high sea before they clear them one by one after collecting money. And that is one of the reasons why the cost of freight is very high.
There's a motion.
Mr.
There's a motion that you...
What was that motion? Yes, I'm seconding. Because the challenge we have is that the insurance, Mr. Chairman, the insurance that you use to go to the eastern ports is wartime insurance. It's almost 10 times higher than what you pay when you're batting in Lagos. But what? Yes, so this I rise to second the amendment ably moved by my colleague.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, sorry, I want to move for a rescission of amendment to 1A. If you notice, 1A reads, urge the federal government to direct Nigerian Navy to safeguard the waterways. And we're all aware it's a primary responsibility of Nigerian Navy. So I want to put it this way, that urge the federal government to direct Nigerian Navy to strengthen their security to safeguard. It's an insertion because if we put it the way it is, it has been the traditional way of, that's their responsibility.
And the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Gideon Gwani. I come from Kaduna State and I represent Kaura Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion for the rescission of that section of 1A, and I also rise to second the motion, the amendment made by Honorable Babangida.
Against any, let's have it. So, clause 1A as amended. Thank you. Move that we revert to the plenary to report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Plenary, Krika Samaguri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I'll move that the House do revert to plenary to report progress. I so move.
Yes. Second.
George is my name. I represent Isukwatu Federal Constituency. I second the motion that the House do return to plenary. I so second.
Those against any, that's have it. House revert to plenary to report progress. Very distinguished respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the ad hoc committee to determine why the Wari, Port Harcourt, One, Calabar, and Onitsha port complexes are not being put to maximum use, and approve the recommendations 1 to 22 with amendments in certain sections of the report. Yes, move for the adoption of the report. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Berniwa, Krika Sama, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. I so move.
Leader.
Kiru Kaunye George is my name. Representing Isukwatu Federal Constituency. I'm from Abia State. I rise to second that the House do approve the recommendations made. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. Let's have it. Respected colleagues, there's two more announcements to be given. I crave your indulgence. First, the loss of our former colleague, Honorable Hajia Memunat Usman Adaji. Honorable Memunat was a member of the in the 5th and 6th Assembly from Kwara State. May her soul rest in the perfect peace. She represented Buritai Kayama, Federal Constituency of Kwara State. She died on the 16th of December at 7 p.m. yesterday after a brief illness. May her soul rest in perfect peace. So, thank you. Colleagues, there's an announcement from the border community. I requested to submit selected names and addresses of 5 filling stations to the Joint Committee on reviewing the ban on the sale of petroleum products 20-kilometer to border towns for waivers. The submission should be made to room H318, White House, House of Representatives between today and Wednesday, 18 December 2019. Signed on the side of Soli GPR for chairman. Colleagues, can we pray for the soul of the departed soul? 1 minute. Yes, sir. Move that we adjourn the House tomorrow, 11 a.m. Take it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Berniwa, Krika Samba, Gudi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do adjourn to tomorrow, Wednesday, 17th of December, 2019, 11 a.m. I so move.
Seconder.
Yep.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned to tomorrow, 11 a.m.